Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And what is up, guys? Oh, today is a good day for multiple reasons. Today is a good day. First and foremost, I have to give a warm welcome back to a dear comrade in the arms in the war. Wait, comrade in arms in the war against simpery and thottery and spammery and PC viruses. Welcome back, Eldon Baneling. How you doing, buddy? You were missed. Very glad to see that everything is okay. Glad you're alive and all that stuff. There's a microphone up higher. He's alive. So that's good, man. Aggrolith has some sparring words for Eldon Baneling, and that's okay too. Aggrolith is, of course, super appreciated as well. He is, do you guys, so Aggrolith does the time stamping, which is a heroic endeavor. Nothing for Ty, no. Look, I spent too much time with Ty, over the weekend. He doesn't deserve any acknowledgement. Of course, Attorney Tom is there in the chat as well. This is now the shout-out show. I'm going to just spend the entire show reading the names of every single person in the chat. I'm just kidding. We've got some good news today, guys. We've got some good news. Maybe you probably don't care. And at the end of the day, I don't care either. But, specifically, I don't care. I care about the principle, but not about the specific. And last night's stream, we went ahead, Bearing popped in the stream chat and informed me that Cryingcab had his channel taken away by YouTube. And I am proud to report that his channel has apparently been restored. His channel is back. They have undone his permanent ban. Now, I initially immediately supported Cryingcab because I am against the censorship and cancellation nonsense that is going around. So that that was my initial thing. And then I watched his video and he was crying, and I regretted helping him for a little bit because I don't like people who cry in public. But I do want to say, despite his crying and my opposition, my subsequent opposition to his restoration, he is back, and I'm very glad in principle. I don't watch Cryingcab's content. I don't know anything about him other than, a couple times he popped in and was making fun of the chat, and that's funny to me. That he did that, and so that's really been my only exposure to him. Never watched a video of his in my life, so whatever. But people, they just got to stop. They got to stop banning people. If people's content isn't desirable, people won't watch it. So yeah, we've got that. That's a thing. Okay, but today we've got a couple other things going on. We're going to talk about getting your kids out of public schools. It's becoming a daily topic because it's becoming a daily needed topic. This one today is courtesy of Project Veritas. Project Veritas has a bombshell expose on a public school teacher in Sacramento. We're going to watch about a 10-minute video from Project Veritas. There's now some action happening based on the response of people like this. And you know what? So it seems weird, right? I've questioned myself, which I normally don't do, because why would you ever question yourself? I mean, you are right. But I question myself. I'm like, okay, is it wrong? Is it wrong for me to want terrible, terrible things to happen to public school teachers who do this, who act like this, who are like this? No, of course not. It's not wrong. I wouldn't be wrong. Listen, I'm not wrong. Usually, sometimes people can try and nitpick and find something, but I'm not wrong. We're not wrong. No, but I was wondering, I'm like, okay, so Veritas gets information about this type of guy. This is not a CP thing or a touchy kidsy thing. This is a different kind of problem. This problem isn't solved with a wall. This problem is solved with a helicopter. And so I'm like, okay, so Veritas gets information about this. Bunch of people call up the school and they're like, hey, what the fuck? What are we doing here? This is my kid's school or whatever. And, or this isn't my kid's school because I live 1,000 miles away, but what are you doing letting this guy around kids? He shouldn't be around anybody. And so, you get into this question like, okay, is this cancel culture? Is this the same thing? Should I be intellectually consistent and be opposed to that sort of behavior? And then I go, no, of course not. Of course, this is completely different. And the reason it's completely different is simple. That's like saying voting against a candidate is cancel culture. No, these are the people that our government is employing. Our government in a public school system is employing someone. And if you're going to employ a public system, then you have to have public input over how that system works. That's the same thing where I don't believe that there should be quote unquote academic freedom in the public school classroom. That's not a real thing, right? Like there should be academic freedom in private universities. They should be able to explore ideas, but the public school is not the place for academic freedom. It's actually a place for parents to determine what level of curriculum should be taught to their children by the government in the participative process of the school boards and stuff like that. That's why we have these things, is so that we get to participate in the rearing of our own children, even though the government has said that they'll take care of it. But they do, at the end of the day, leave it in the hands of the people. Ostensibly, they're supposed to. So no, it's not the same as cancel culture. And yes, people's righteous indignation at this type of nonsense is fully justified. And no, it's not like saying Daniela Pineda is fat and shouldn't be in Cowboy Bebop, or it's not like saying that person's speech is wrong. They're completely different. This is the education of children through the public means, and those public means need to be controlled by the public input. So no, as a public school teacher, you are not allowed academic freedom. You do not get to determine your curriculum. You don't get to decide to teach the kids about communism. And in that respect, you may not get to decide to teach the kids about capitalism. You are in a publicly endorsed indoctrination system, and you will indoctrinate in the way that the parents who form the school board and the school board's constituency determine. That is how it's supposed to work. Has the number increased for homeschooling? Yes. Yes, it's much, much higher. Much higher. So that's what I want to get to, because, they try to mince these words in. Academic freedom, like, oh wait, we should be in support of freedom and free speech and free expression. It's like, well, yes, but not in a classroom when it's our government teaching the kids. And that is the one thing we have to remember about these things at the end of the day. It's the government teaching the kids. We control the government. The government doesn't have free expression. The government is our will manifest through agents. So we are supposed to be in charge of that. And if we've got the wrong nonsense coming through, then we need to be taking charge of that, and we need to be removing these people as fast as possible. But more importantly, you need to be removing your people from government schools. It's got to happen. It's already been too long. Get them out. Get them out. Okay. So what prompted this topic that we're going to be delving into in a minute was twofold. One, it was a tweet. Ron Coleman retweeted himself, which would normally be embarrassing, except he was retweeting himself from 2019 on this subject in light of, I assume, in light of the Project Veritas report. And so that combined with the Veritas report, I was like, I gotta talk about this. I got to talk about this as much as possible because the education system is a routine and repeated disaster. So that's, and Ron Coleman's take on it nails it. He really does. So we're going to look at that in a minute. Now, then I have a story of a crazy murder. A little bit of true crime. Well, I mean, I don't know the specific details. I just stumbled across the story looking at the news. I figured we'd share that because that's uplifting. And then there's some local crime. There's some local crime here in my town, which I thought I'd share with you because it's an interesting story and a cautionary tale that we should discuss. And then there's whatever else. There's whatever else to talk about. Now I believe that the person who someone sent me the Pocky one chip challenge, right? And they were like bummed out that I'm not eating it today, I guess, because they thought, I don't know if they thought I was supposed to eat it today or never, but I just got it in the mail. I just got back home and got it in the mail when I got back home yesterday. But I'm not eating it today, and I'm not eating it this week, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to eat it. So it may be next week or something like that. But I've got an event this weekend, and speaking of which, there's no show on Friday. But I've got an event this weekend, and I can't eat something that might ruin my entire digestive system for a couple days. So that being said, just because I'm not eating it today doesn't mean I'm not going to eat it. I just can't do it this week. Tomorrow on this show, LegalBytes will be on the show. We will hang out. We will be talking about Dr. Disrespect in the context of the Phantom Lord lawsuit. So we'll have a nice discussion about that. We'll talk about LegalBytes, who she is, get you guys to know her as well. Get me to know her, right? Because I've never directly interacted with her on a stream or anything. Never had a chance to have a good full conversation. So we'll get a chance to meet LegalBytes and get some takes on this Dr. Disrespect lawsuit that has been announced, although it has not been actually filed yet. Diamond Duck, no response. No, not at this time. So then tomorrow also, but during the day, tomorrow, a bunch of whiny Twitch streamers are protesting Twitch, and they're protesting hate raids on Twitch, which is apparently a thing. Apparently a thing to protest the hate raids. Hate raids, I guess, are where people go in and they're like, "Ha, lol, you're dumb," or whatever to the streamer, and then streamers start crying. Which I guess is, I don't get it. So a whole bunch of people go on to Twitch, like go raid a channel, and they boost up your views and everything, and then they tell you like you're a stupid dummy or something, and then that's like the worst thing that's ever happened to these people. Because everybody is protesting Twitch tomorrow and doing hashtag day off of Twitch, even to the point where Twitch has pushed back their like subscriber drive or something. with discounted subs. I think since they're doing that and Twitch is even endorsing the walkout, I have to stream on Twitch. Like, I have to. It's required. It's a pro hate stream on Twitch. We're going to be pro hate raid tomorrow. And here's what I hope. I hope someone hate raids me. Right? I want to be hated publicly and immediately on Twitch. I want to be rated and hated hard. Like, hate effectively. Like, if you're gonna hate, just hate good. Hate better. So we're gonna do that tomorrow. I don't know how long it's gonna go. I don't know how long, when exactly it's gonna start. But I'll probably get up, eat something, get ready, do a little stretch, right? And then we'll get into it. We might do watch parties. We might do some video games. We might do some commentary, flopping around between the different categories. We'll do some ASMR or whatever. We'll do all sorts of stuff. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we're gonna do something because I am so fucking sick of these babies. Stop it. Stop being babies. And yeah. And oh god, and I hate the fence sitting. I really need to at some point probably talk to Asmongold, because every time I see him do or say anything, I just want to shit on the guy, and it's probably not fair. It's probably not fair. But let me see if I can find this fucking story. Yeah, here we go. Gosh, this guy, I don't know what it is about him that makes me mad. I don't watch his show. Like, I don't know. But every time he says something, I'm like, so let me show you what I'm talking about. A little bit bigger. Okay, so other streamers oppose a day off of Twitch, like me, for more philosophical reasons. To them, the people behind these hate raids are working to bully marginalized streamers off the platform, and taking a day off is giving them exactly what they want. No, I want more bullying. That's why I oppose it. More bullying. Continuing to stream and speaking out against the abuse is therefore the best way to counter trolls who might not otherwise face repercussions for their actions. I want to publicly declare right now, I will not be speaking out against the abuse tomorrow. I'll be speaking out in favor of the abuse tomorrow. I am pro bullying. We're gonna pro bully. I am for it. Builds character. That is not why we are streaming. I'm not going to be on there like, these bullies are bad. No. I'm going to say, get in here and bully me, you lazy sacks of garbage. See if you can even try. Make me cry or whatever. Get in here and bully. I'm so tired of these slackers. Okay, but the next thing, this is where we're getting. As September 1st nears and day off of Twitch gains traction, there's a noticeable silence from some of Twitch's biggest stars. And some of the larger streamers who were talking about it didn't have nice things to say. Asmongold says, quote, "Nobody gives a fuck if you take the day off. Nobody knows who you are. Based and red-pilled. I like this. This is good. However," he goes on to say he would participate in a Twitch walkout if every other big streamer got involved, and that he believes in the power of numbers. Wait, what? Huh? So he's opposed to it because the big kids aren't doing it? That's where I'm like, what the fuck is this? What is this? This is what I don't understand. What am I missing? I was like, oh, this guy, yeah, he nails it. He's got a cool hot take, and then immediately tempered by the coldest take in the room. God damn it. It's 2.4 million followers on Twitch and did not respond to the Verge's request for comment. So anyway, I am not going to be a fence sitter tomorrow. Tomorrow I will proudly stream on Twitch. I'm going to go out of my way to stream on Twitch, and I am pro-bully. I am for hate. I am for hate. So if you're not doing anything, come hang out. And if you're not already following me on Twitch, we got to get those numbers up. We got to get that Twitch up to, up over, I think we're closing in on 13,000 followers, which is pretty good. Pretty good for Twitch. What do we got? Where are we? Here, I'm going to check. 12,772 followers right now. So that's where we are over on Twitch, which is it's good stuff. I like it. But we got those are rookie numbers, and we got to get them up there. And being pro hate, I think, is the way to do it. So there's that. So that's what's going on now. Evil Bunny, I think, earlier said that I got to get Gothic X on. Yeah, I'm in communication with her. My Seattle trip kind of just threw off my scheduling, and I'm working out a time with her. And also, apparently, Styx Hexenhammer has said on stream a couple times that he is open to doing a stream together. So I'll be reaching out to Styx. Would love to talk to him. Think it'll be a great time. And I just, since hearing that, I haven't reached out yet, but I will be. So very cool to hear that he's down for a show. And to whoever, sent the super chat the other day to make that a thing, thank you. I appreciate that. And, we'll see what happens. What was I doing in Seattle? Well, other than spitting on the homeless, I can't really talk about it too much. Well, there's currently non-disclosure, and then eventually you'll know when it's lifted. What else? I feel like there was something else going on I was supposed to talk about prior to jumping into the subjects, but I guess not. I guess we're just going to do it. Oh, no. And this is quick. I have a video uploaded and ready to go. It was demonetized all day. And then YouTube finally, well, not all day, but it was demonetized for a very long time. YouTube finally decided to monetize it. And so it'll be released tomorrow. It was just way too late tonight. Here we go. How do I want to bring this up so I can show you. Maybe I just pull up the thumbnail. The thumbnail is descriptive enough. Hold on. But of course, if you are on my locals page or a YouTube channel member, either of those, you can already access this video. It has been up for several hours now. So, if you don't want to wait, there are options. There are options out there for you. But that being said, here we go. There's the thumbnail. Here's the thumbnail. It's a complete story of the failed lawsuit against Joshua Moon, owner of Kiwi Farms. And so there's that. It's a longer video. It's actually really close to 40 minutes. 40 minutes long. And as you can see, that is a picture of Joshua Moon with his girlfriend Melinda Scott in a love session. They're doing good. They're doing good. But yeah, so that is it's the full story of the lawsuit, and there's something in there that I did not talk about, a little nugget right at the end, which is great, that I didn't talk about yesterday, because we talked a little bit about this yesterday, but I figured I should do the full breakdown and put it out there for people. So there we go. We've got it. And I think people should check it out. And it's like I said, it's a long one. I did some crappy editing of it and all of that stuff. So I tried to make it a very not just like a quick hit type video, but an actual thing that people can look at for the story. I don't know. Maybe it's not even good, but maybe it is good. Who knows? That is definitely a genuine photo. What are you talking about? That's not a genuine photo. People are talking about the lighting not being the same. What do you mean? It's exactly the same. You can tell. Look. Why are you spreading these lies? Look at that. The lighting's the same on both of them. It's terrible. Terrible lighting. That is definitely real. Look at how big his head is. You think this is not a real photo? Look at this. It's definitely the size of his head versus her head. It's definitely not because whoever's head was here was taking up way too much space and I had to cover it up. Why would that be? Why would that be real? It's not like the original neck is poking out down here or anything like that. What are you talking about? This is just the actual photo. People out here slandering and besmirching this totally real photo that I hacked the internet for. Oh, God. Goodness gracious. Okay. Let's do the super chats. And then let's get into the topics. Oh, Jesus. Where am I? Oh, my gosh. My brain broke on how to actually run this stupid show. Damn. By the way, guys, past 171,000 subscribers, which is very cool. Very cool. It's not like, it's not a milestone or anything, but YouTube did this really annoying thing a while back where they make it so that other people can only see up to like 3 significant figures or whatever. So like, when it just trickles up over time and it takes, like a month to get 1,000 people, it's cool because it rolls over in one big thing, but it's just nice that I get to see the numbers go up because I'm a numbertism on this stuff. And it's thank you. That's all. Thank you. Hopefully at some point we'll catch up to pro grifters like Yellow Flash and have 300,000 subscribers or something. But I guess I don't have enough anime thumbnails for that. Okay, where do I need to pick up? Okay, right there. Elden Adrian Valladares says, hope all is well, Nick. I want to stick it to my fatness. I'm 5'9" and weighed 220 in February, now at 186 and aiming for 170-ish pounds. Kick the fatness out of your body. Kick the fatness out of your life. Get on that skinny game on God. Wait, was I using too much African American vernacular English for that? Good. I will culturally appropriate whatever the hell I want. No, that's great, man. Keep up the good work. You're an inspiration to us fatzos left behind, like me. And I've been working on it as well. I barely kept myself below 200 pounds, and I'm on a very slow downhill slope. You know, a slope that's just minor enough that Biden would definitely fall on it, but you couldn't perceive it with your own eye. Trying to knock that weight down myself. So that's awesome to hear. He also says, on a serious note, I'm 22 years old in Cali. I'm somewhat interested in learning Python coding and also want to write a light novel series one day. Any general life advice you can pass on to someone young like me? Yes. Keep doing the things that you want to do. And don't be discouraged by the fact that you're 22 and everybody's life sucks in their 20s. Like, they try to pretend it's not. That's why they do hookers and drugs and parties and that endless cycle of like Tinder smashing and dating and all of that. Look, the 20s suck for a lot of people. You don't move forward with your career goals and your personal goals in the way that you want to, because nobody fucking respects 20-year-olds. No one does it. So whatever you do, keep doing what you want to do, if that makes sense. Don't sacrifice the things you like. Don't sacrifice your hobbies and your passions, most importantly, because they don't seem to be working out. Back when you're that young, it seems like things aren't moving forward, and they may not be, but at the same time, if they're inching forward, at some point, it's a matter of tipping the scale, and then things start to tumble into place. So keep rolling with it, brother, and don't let anything discourage you from pursuing those hobbies. I mean, you'll have to work, you'll have to do all the other shit that you got to do, and that sucks, and you got to slog through it. But if you keep your passions in perspective and keep working on them, you know, hopefully one day you'll transition to the point where not that you become a woman or anything, but that you get to accomplish those goals. And in my experience, it's like things don't seem to be progressing, and then boom, they all tumble into place. So keep with it. Aggrolith says, first time super chat and a long time fan. Does Drexel got a P.O. box set up yet, or should we just send stuff to you for him? If you want to send it to me, you can. Someone sent me a picture that I can't show on stream for Drexel the other day. So, I mean, I can do that. I don't know if he's got a P.O. box, though. So, you know, I have not heard. But if you want to send stuff to me, you can, and I can give it to him. So next, Wolfgang Deo says, hey guys, I was late because someone had to blow the milkman. You know, it was the right move to make. Now smash that like button. Wolfgang Deo, why were you blowing the milkman? That's very weird. Very weird. And Eldon Baneling says, forget where the stream button is again. Hopeless. Yes. Yes, I did forget where the stream button was. Also, I was telling my kids lately have been on this cool kick where they, after I get on the stream, they go and be very, very loud, and then Lady Rackets has to get after them. So I was threatening them, you know, with various horrific acts of violence and torture, because that's how parents work, and that's, you know, that's what was going on. The real Holzinator says, if their content is undesirable, people won't watch it. But how can we mold the minds and the hearts of the people if we cannot direct the narrative? True. I mean, you're right. You're right. I'm speaking in principle. You're speaking in reality. Mithrin Emrys says, sadly, local school boards are subject to the state-level education agencies who are in turn beholden to the DOE. Education should be local, but the reality is it hasn't been that way for decades, and it's getting worse. Right. But my point is, if a school board has the power to fire a commie teacher, that's a good. That's a moral good. Firing the commie teacher is a moral good. Get the commies out of the classroom. Super Iron Bob says Twitch created tags to allow people to show how you should troll this person that used them, like alphabet membership. So of course people use them to find people to hate on with them. So wait, like if I put hashtag LGBT in my name, people can come and bully me? Is that what I'm missing? Am I missing, like, do I just have to lie and say, well, some people would even say it's not a lie. Do I just have to call myself a gay streamer? Gay streamer. It's like an REM song or whatever. Did the REM guy ever die from all of the cancer that he has? Did that happen? Did the REM guy die? Can someone tell me? He's still alive? How is he still alive? That guy was dying when I was in high school. He's teaching? I said, get the commies out. That guy was dying forever ago. They're like, oh, yeah, he's probably going to die. You know, the music is going to stop. You know, oh, geez. Too bad. And he's still alive? Okay. All right. Mithrin Emrys says, if you don't like what someone is typing in your chat, you just have to deal with it, right? I mean, it's not like there's some way to prevent them from typing there. Too bad Twitch won't let streamers ban people. Oh, wait. The gray one says, top of the evening, Nick. How you been? Hope you and yours have been well and staying safe. Got some of my own horror public school stories, while not ideology-based, just teachers who love to flex and legit bully students. Yes, I said this yesterday, and I'm tired of apologizing for teachers. The majority of teachers and the majority of people in the public school system hate you and hate your kids. There, I said it. I'm tired of pussyfooting around it and tiptoeing. They hate it. They hate you. They hate your kids. Your kids are a hurdle to overcome on their way to the next union meeting, and I'm tired of pretending that it's anything else. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. You can tell me the one-off anecdote, good teacher all day. I've known my share of the very few good teachers throughout my entire academic career, and I'm tired of apologizing for the 99% on behalf of the 1%. Nope. Done. Done. Funny Valentine 2024 says, you see one of the big D&D Twitch streamers, Arcadum, got me too'd. Some text logs and audio logs of him simping and manipulating female players while he was married and getting pissy/crying when they rejected him. Then he banned them. Won't you love me? Ban. Can you imagine? I can't even imagine this stuff. Oh, jeez. Just, oh God. Crying. He should be canceled for crying. I don't know if the Me Too stuff is true. I don't know him. I don't care. But he should be canceled for crying if nothing else. Oh my goodness. Charisma check. Failed. Keeps rolling nat ones. Oh my goodness. Oh, God. Oh, okay. What are we starting with? Veritas. Okay. Got to get back on. Got to get back on this. Where are we? Wait, is he crying again? Cryingcab, you got to stop crying. Oh, my God. Okay. Here we go. Catch you later, Ken A. Here we go. Here's Ron Coleman's tweet. This is from November 8th, 2019. This is in a simpler time, pre-COVID, what's my name? Hunter? No. Joe. Pre-Biden, pre all that stuff. Here we go. Ron Coleman says, disconnect your family from the public schools or nothing else you do to conserve your creed or culture will matter. It's hard. It's expensive. But if you're really a conservative, it's everything. And this is 100% right. He's nailed it. If you aren't a single parent, but can't sacrifice lifestyle or self-esteem to care for your children most of the time they're awake, at least insist that they actually care for them, not talk on their cell phones while pushing them around physically alone in a stroller. The only thing sadder than the sight of a babysitter yakking on a cell while pushing someone else's child around, affirmatively ignored by the adult paid to care for them, is seeing the child's own mother doing that. How important can those calls really be? So he is out here, and he takes it further than the public schools. He takes it into the personal realm of spending time with your child, and he's right. He's right, but this is, to me, the biggest portion of this. It's one of the biggest favors you can do, not only to your child, but to the country right now. Choking off the public school system from extracting the resources from you and putting them into the pockets of school administrators who hate you is a critical moral good right now. Remember, these schools, they extract money based on daily attendance. That's how many schools' budgets are determined. That's why they made it illegal, by the way, for your kid to miss a certain amount of days. They don't care about they don't care about the performance of the kid in school. They care about the attendance of the kid in school. Not how well they do, not how much they learn, not what their actual job has produced in the child, not the fruit of the supposed labor of the teacher. They only actually care that your child is there. And if your child isn't there, they can take them and label them truant. You can be a criminal. They can eventually get child protective services. They can take your children from you because they're not going to school, because they're not physically attending. Now, notice they're not taking these children from people when the children are failing, right? Like in Detroit, where some guy, it was Detroit, I think, where a kid had, or maybe it was Philly, maybe it was Baltimore. Does it even matter? They're all the same. A kid had like a 0.67 GPA and was in the middle of the class. Because the median GPA was less than a 1 in this school. They're not taking the kids away for that. But the kid doesn't show up. Truancy, man, that's going to get you. That's going to get you your kids taken away. Unless, of course, you send the homeschool intent letter or whatever your state requires. In Minnesota, you just have to send a basic letter that says, we're homeschooling, fuck off. But the reason that it's illegal for your kids to not attend school is because that's how the school gets paid. That's all they care about. They don't care about the kid being in school for the kid. It's the kid being in school for the budget. If the budget isn't there, that's a problem. So just think about that. The ability to pay the teachers and the administrators and the janitors is your criminal responsibility. That's why those laws exist. You got to disconnect your family from the public schools. You got to get out of them. You got to get your kids out of them. They're so vile. They're awful places. Kids are bad. So they implemented kids are great. Kids together are bad actors, and they're like not ideal humans, right? Because they're kids. This is what makes kids hilarious, is that they're assholes. So I was reading an article the other day. A school implemented anti-bullying measures, and it took kids 24 hours, I think it was, to figure out how to use the anti-bullying measures to bully the other students. That's great. That ingenuity is perfect and wonderful. But it's also, public schools are not producing the type of people that you want going out into the world. I mean, they're funny, but they're not good. And this is speaking to, and I realized this a long time ago, but this is speaking to the myth that homeschooling produces socially awkward children, as if the alternative, public schooling, produces socially well-adapted children. But we know that to be false. And the evidence of that is rampant all over seniors in high school. These are not socially well-adapted people. They're actually horrifying little mongrels running around, causing trouble, being generally unlikable. How many of you want to talk to a high schooler? Like, does anybody want to talk to these little cretins? No. They're nasty, they're vapid, they're boring, they're not adjusted, they don't care about you or anything else. They're not people that you want to engage with. And the reason is the culture that they create in the high school, in their domain, is a nasty, vapid culture that reflects all of the values that high schoolers have. So yeah, you don't want that. And as kids graduate out of high school and they get out into the world and they start having to integrate into various other closed systems like workplace environments and church groups or atheist groups or whatever, they start getting deprogrammed from how they lived for the past 12 years. And it's a big struggle, like to figure that out. They have to re-identify who they are. And I think some people go through some real personal crises during these times. But the reason they have to deprogram who they are is because it's an environment producing bad things. And it always has been. It always has been. Whereas homeschool kids have to adjust to their home environment. They have to adjust to dealing with adults. They have to adjust to authority that they respect. They have to adjust to sometimes, dealing with siblings and working in teams and groups. They have to adjust to things, whatever level of accountability the parent puts on them. And that it can be minorly atrocious. It can be minorly good. You don't know. It depends on the individual environments. Redcoat, what the fuck are you talking about? He's so off base with these takes. Have you been to a high school? What the hell are you talking about? No, now I'm baffled. Now I am baffled. Like I'm now. Yeah, Eldon, we're gonna play the Veritas video in a minute. Like I can't take it. Like I don't know. That's amazing. Okay. I shouldn't get distracted. I shouldn't get distracted by that. Let me get the Veritas video up. Whew. My mind is blown. I'm like, wait, there are people who People who like high school, who think that high schoolers are good, decent, not terrible, whatever. Okay. Okay. Whew. All right. So this is from Andy No. He is retweeted, or he's tweeted out this Veritas video. So we're going to watch the video, but I saw it from Andy No earlier today. Let me make sure I got the volume on. Okay, here we go. First of all, this is a public school teacher in Sacramento, California. Notice the tattoos. We've got the nose ring that you'll see him adjust several times, and he's got the anti-fascist shirt on. So his name is Gabriel Gimp, public high school teacher in Inderkum High School.
I have 180 days to turn them into revolutionaries.
How do you do that? How do you
scare the fuck out of them? Yeah. Sacramento organization that is under the banner of Antifa is very loosely organized, right? So like, yeah, when there is like right-wing rallies and stuff, then we'll create an opposition to that. Yeah.
Beautiful. Where would he go to connect to some of these organizations?
I post a calendar every week.
Awesome.
And then so like and I do it for extra credit, so they get points for doing it. So that encourages them to do it. And I've had like students show up for like protests, community events, tabling, food distribution, all sorts of things. When they go, they take pictures, they write up a reflection. That's their extra credit. Like I have an Antifa flag on my wall, and a student complained about that. And he said it made him feel uncomfortable. Well, this is meant to make fascists feel uncomfortable, so if you feel uncomfortable, I don't really know what to tell you. Maybe you shouldn't be aligning with the values that this is antithetical to. So the Cultural Revolution.
Okay, I was trying to let him finish this. This is an intro segment, and then it gets into, like, they've summarized a bunch of stuff that's going to happen again throughout the video. But this is just the intro segment. I was trying to let it finish before I talked, but notice what's going on. This is how the indoctrination works, right? Extra credit to attend Antifa rallies, extra credit to counter protest right-wing rallies, extra credit if you go and support my political cause. That alone is a fireable offense. Get out. Get out. That needs to get the fuck out of the public school system. This is the opposite of what we want. This is actually a hard subject to teach, and I commend the few, probably zero teachers who are able to properly navigate how you are to discuss current events and social activism in a neutral way. I don't know of anybody who could effectively do that in a truly neutral capacity. But this is not the way, brothers. This is not the way. So now he's talking about the Cultural Revolution in China. And he's going to talk about how great Mao is. Mao is wonderful, really, when you think about it.
In the 60s was fixing the problem that came about after the economic run. It ultimately failed, right? There was a lot of excesses. People were definitely shot in the streets that probably shouldn't have been.
Oh yeah, shot in the streets. They probably shouldn't have been. It kind of failed. There were some excesses. They were fighting against the excesses of capitalism and just happened to create the excesses of socialism. Who could have seen it coming? Who could have seen it coming?
Behavior come out of this city, and you can see a couple of people over there that might be demonstrating that.
I have 180 days to turn them into revolutionaries.
How do you do that? How do you
scare the fuck out of them?
Meet Gabriel Gimp. He's a public school teacher paid for by taxpayer dollars at Inderkum High School in Sacramento, California. Gimp, who teaches advanced placement government classes, is not shy about his
AP government here, ladies and gentlemen. Advanced placement. That's college credits too. Or like half a college credit. I can't remember how that AP shit works out. I didn't do any of that. I didn't do any of that nonsense. You know how much extra work that was? Fucking nerds. Tina says, Nick, as someone who does work for a school district, you were right. F these kids. They're little monsters. F the parents too, but also F the teachers, the unions, the principals, and pretty much anyone working there. Yeah, Tina, get it. Get it. Renee Villarreal says, high schoolers are a mess. I begged to be taken out of school because I felt it hinders development and progress. Learned more skipping than I ever did in class. Yeah, what was that? That one song, we busted out of class, had to get away from those fools. We learned more from a 3-minute record, baby, than we ever learned in school. Great song. What is that song? I'm not going to think of it. I'd have to get to the chorus in my head. But no, it's that's the thing. When kids are in school, they're learning when they're being taught. And then they're learning from adults and authority when they're being taught. And every other moment of the day, they're learning from other assholes. When kids are homeschooled, they're learning the entirety of the time from the people who care about them. It's amazing. No surrender, Bruce Springsteen. Yeah. I like the version that they did on Glee after the one drug addict killed himself in real life, and then the pedophile ended up singing the No Surrender song. With a completely different arrangement. It was really good. Too bad that guy was a legit pedo. He also killed himself. So, shockingly, a propagandist television show about pushing LGBT issues ended up with a bunch of suicides and a bunch of kid diddlers. I mean, who fucking knew that would happen? I watched the first season of it, was actually pretty good. The second season went full on woke commie, and it never recovered. And after it was somewhere in the second or third season, I just stopped watching the show and listening to the music because I liked revisiting, like the 80s songs that they would do. But God, what a shit show that turned out to be. Okay, back to this. Okay, sorry. My brain started writing a parody song based on the idea that Noah Puckerman kid ended up being a kitty aficionado.
His involvement in Antifa's local chapter. He even has an Antifa flag and a poster of Mao Zedong in his classroom.
He also has, this is overlooked. He's got a pride flag here. And then he's going to explain this, which you can see here. He's got Nazis, right? And ANCOMs or ANCAPs down here. He's got a political economic grid. And when he talks about that, it's actually fucking infuriating to me. But yeah, I'm sure this is a commie thing too over here. But when he talks about this political grid, that's gross.
Classroom.
So, it's like...
No. It's a Nazi symbol because that's at the top right. It's authoritarian right. And then libertarian right at the bottom with ANCAP.
My wife and I have been political organizers. I've been organizing since I was 13.
Wow.
And I've been in a ton of different organizations. And I've been on the front lines, and I've taken a step back and gone back and forth. And my wife is the same way.
Is there a local Antifa or chapter?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. The Sacramento organization that is under the banner of Antifa is very loosely organized, right? And like we have no official member list, right? Yeah. So when there is like right wing rallies and stuff, then we'll create an opposition to that. Yeah.
Beautiful.
So and Sacramento. As a city itself is incredibly diverse, but we're surrounded by a bunch of right-wing rednecks. And then the other...
Okay, does anybody know the Veritas journalist who did this, is he a black guy? Sounds like a black guy. He's got a deep, resonant voice. I mean, maybe that's racist, but he sounds like a black guy to me. Yeah, okay, I thought so. So yeah, that's even funnier to me.
Another really big organization in our area that, if you're looking to get involved, is NorCal Resist. NorCal Resist does direct outreach for like undocumented folks. They help them with like material support as well as legal aid and support with the help of the National Lawyers Guild.
That's a group that should probably face a helicopter. Neil913 says, "Hey Nick, I was in a car wreck on the 9th. Could you please share this GoFundMe for medical bills?" Which GoFundMe? I don't know. You gotta get it to me somehow. But yeah, I'm happy to share it. I don't have access to what you're talking about. There's not a law about politics in public schools. No, there's not a law about politics in public schools. There may be some school policies about teaching neutrally, but typically there's not an actual law about it. Okay, here we go.
So they work in tandem with each other. So that's why I do like political efficacy events, because I want to get them out in the community. I want to get them familiar with organizations that are doing work, what type of work they're doing, how they can be involved, where their passion is, and what they can contribute. Because it's like every single
What if the
one
kid's
of us can
passion's
do
the
something.
KKK?
I'm not asking you to all be on the front lines, but I am asking you to be involved. And it is so much more than just sharing a tweet or posting on Instagram.
Gype seems eager to get his students actively participating at radical, activist political events. But he takes it one step further by motivating them through extra credit in exchange for their attendance.
People that are interested in their flight.
When I worked at Wells Fargo, they tried to tell me I had to go to various events, right? They're like, "Oh, you're going to have to go to a tabling event at this thing, like for example, the Pride Parade or whatever, or this parade or this demonstration, and we want to have a table out there and hand out business cards." I did fucking zero. I didn't do that shit ever. "Nick, I'm going to need you to go to this Pride Parade." No. Why not? "I'm not going." Well, I mean, you have to. Too bad. Send someone else. I don't care. Yep. It's bullshit. Go to a Pride Parade. Hand out banking business cards. "Come open an account, gay boys. I love your dominatrix attire." Yeah, fuck off. Not a chance. It wouldn't have worked on me in high school either. "Oh, for this class, you're going to need to go get involved." No. What? No. Woo.
Flyers or something.
No, I post a calendar every week.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So
For the organizations that you mentioned, so they can get connected. That's dope, man.
And then
That's
so like and I do it for extra credit, so they get points for doing it. Like so that encourages them to do it. It's like, because I can't just like, "Hey, here's some things going." They'll never go, right? And I've had like students show up for like protests, community events, tabling, food distribution, all sorts of things. So I since I work with PSL, and PSL has connections with a bunch of other organizations, and also like Sacramento Peace Action, which is like a very old organization that posts a calendar on their website every month of all the events that are going on, and I just put them on my whiteboard, let them know where they are. When they go, they take pictures, they write up a reflection. That's their extra credit.
If you look at these photos from Gype's classroom, you can see he has an Antifa flag as well as a poster of Mao Zedong, the Chinese dictator who is one of the most notoriously brutal leaders in history, responsible for the death of millions.
I probably as far left as you can go.
No kidding. Really? Okay, so he's got an Ingsoc tattoo on his shoulder there. I don't know what that means. I hear it's a commie thing or whatever. But he has 2 + 2. How much you want to bet it says equals 5? On his fucking arm. Oh, it's from 1984. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Ugh, what a weirdo. He teaches advanced placement politics, right? Wasn't it politics or something? Political science or whatever?
So like, I've gone down those deep dark rabbit holes where like the idea of like adventurism and just being like, why aren't people just like taking up arms? Like why? And you know, we have historical taking up arms like against the state. Like, and we have historical examples of that happening and them getting crushed and being martyrs for a cause. And it's like,
oh, if only this guy would have been crushed and martyred for a cause. Oh, gee. Why didn't you do it? Take up your own cause. Get out there and get killed, dumbass. Get the fuck out there.
okay, well, it's slow going because it takes massive amounts of organization.
Guyp's radical philosophy is prominent in the teaching in his own classroom. Guyp goes on to say he's not the only teacher at Intercom High School who shares his radical beliefs.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because a lot of senior parents at this point have backed off, right? So they're just kind of like, well, you can fend for yourself. You know, I know other people in my department who teach like 10th graders who've had like parent meetings, like some, you know, a student who complained about like a pride flag and something they felt uncomfortable. I've had students, you know, during anonymous surveys at the end of the year, comment about the things that I have in my classroom. Like I have an Antifa flag on my wall, and a student complained about that, and he said it made him feel uncomfortable, and I addressed it to everyone because I didn't know who it was, and I was like, well, this is meant to make fascists feel uncomfortable, so if you feel uncomfortable, I don't really know what to tell you. Like, maybe you shouldn't be allowed.
The Antifa flag doesn't make fascists feel uncomfortable. In fact, I can almost guarantee you that not a single fascist has ever looked at the Antifa flag and go, oh God, I'm uncomfortable. That's not how fascism works. Typically, they would say, we need to stomp out that or whatever. Like that would be the idea. The people it makes feel uncomfortable are the people who are uncomfortable by Antifa because Antifa as an organization doesn't actually stand for anti-fascism. Antifa stands for our brand of fascism. That's what they want. So no one's like, I'm a fascist and I'm really uncomfortable by that flag. That's not reality, buddy. The reality is that people know that Antifa are terrible people who are emulating Mao, who are emulating the Holodomor in Ukraine, who are emulating these Maduro down in Venezuela. They see the fruits of fascism or of these fucking commie tyrants of Pol Pot and the Cambodian killing fields. They see how this works out every single time, and they go, "That's who you are." And you're openly pro-Mao. You're like, well, I mean, maybe too many people got shot in the street, but we can fix that on the next try around in communism. But if this dumb motherfucker thinks that communism hasn't been tried with the goal of not shooting as many people, he hasn't been paying attention. It's been tried over and over. It's just that literally every time it ends up with shooting a bunch of people because that's the only way to get to communism. They haven't figured out the nice, simple, peaceful way to get there. It always involves the bullet to the head of the dissident because it's just too damn hard to convince everybody. Also, you just have too many people to feed. And so killing is the expedient way to bring about communism. And it's only every time, only all of them, where it happens. We have too many people, not enough food, and a bunch of dissidents. I wonder how we solve this problem. Bang, 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 bang. The dissidents are gone, and now we have enough food. Of course, a month later, they won't have enough food again, but for this month they do. And a month later, the dissident thing goes from this far right to this far right to this far right, till eventually they end up killing themselves because any minor amount of wrong think in the party will have to be cannibalized as well, because you just don't have enough food and you've got too many bullets. But yeah, that's why they're uncomfortable. They're uncomfortable because they go, oh shit, disagreeing with this guy is a literal bullet to the head.
Aligning with the values that this is antithetical to.
We're distracted, bro.
Yeah, and
That's why I was asking you,
not
how
to.
do you make them revolutionaries? They've got TikTok, they've got
Right.
Instagram, they've got this.
Well, that's just it. It's like, utilize that propaganda,
Yeah.
right? Like, these are all great tools on how to get, it's like, I've met so many people in my life who, when they met me, thought I was, like, off the wall, right? And now they're all Marxists, right? And I'm just...
Anyone who's persuaded by this little manlet needs a head check. They need a head check, and they need it fast. Can you imagine? You're like, oh, man, I want to emulate that guy's life. That's the right way. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Just like, your political identification changed, and so I have a huge political spectrum in my room on the wall. So they take an ideology quiz in their unit 4, and I put their face, or they have to give me a picture of themselves, and I put it on the wall where they are.
Did you hear that shit? That was the ideology chart that I put up. The authoritarian, libertarian, right and left. He takes a picture of every kid in his class and he pins it after they take their social accountability quiz and they get placed on the fucking grid. Public humiliation. Ostracism. Social ostracism. This is that book, The Wave. This is exactly what they do. And then the next part's going to really hammer it home in just a second. And he thinks it's a good. He hasn't figured out why it's happening in this way. But this guy doesn't need a reality check. This guy needs a visit from two dudes named Tito or whatever. Yeah, correction. He makes them give him a picture. Correct.
Every year, they get further and further left.
It's almost like the students have learned that they have a fucking communist for a teacher and that they need to probably crunch themselves into those left-wing components to not be bullied by the tiny manlet that has authority over their grade. What a fucking coward. What a coward. Superhaven says, Nick, can we watch that cringy communist rally of 2019 for a laugh and a palate cleanser? I don't know what one that is. Remind the audience that fascism and communism are of the same origin. This has always been a battle of freedom versus authoritarianism. Well, yeah, it's government control over the right or government control over the left. But it doesn't matter here. Like this guy wants the far left and he wants the authoritarian control. Obviously, this guy is full on commie. Here we go.
And I've made them pay attention to where my tack marks are, because I'm like, these ideologies are considered extremes, right? Extreme times breed extreme ideologies, right?
Let's go to my extreme ideology. I'm as far left as I can be.
There's a reason why Generation Z, these kids, are becoming further and further left.
Are there a lot of teachers like you, man?
I think there are more than there used to be. And I think that, like, there's 3 other teachers in my department that I did my credential program with, and they're rad. They're great people, and they're definitely, like, on the same page.
This is an important point because I want to point out that this is coming from the higher ed programs, from the accreditation programs for teachers. Like, it's coming directly out of the education departments of universities. He said the 3 people who I did my program with, they're all rad. They're on the same page as me. They're the same people. This goes, of course, all the Marxists, all the commies went into secondary education. They did. We know this to be true. That's where they went. That's where they hung out. That's where they've been. So, of course, they're breeding the next round of teachers. We forfeited it. And then the worst part is that these states, over and over and over again, require these programs as the gateway to becoming the public school teacher. You have to go through the indoctrination machine by law to receive the proper certificate or certification to get into the public school classroom. So it's not like you could just send in a bunch of red-pilled right-wing teachers to go counteract the commie teachers and clean up the schools, because you have to take kids who are indoctrinated into this ideology and into this system and into the compliance of the accreditation system in general. You have to send them through the ringer first. And they're going to do it when they're kids because, look, teaching is a real shit job to get into when you're old unless you've already made your money. But like, if you're like, oh God, I need a career change late in life, what can I do that'll help me pad out that retirement account that I've been lax on? Teaching's a bad way to go. You're going to start off being a bitch to the system. It's a union system. You need to put in your dues. You got to get into teaching young if you're going to get into it. My point in this is there's not really a saving this system, not with the legal structure we have in place for it. MT Taylord says, I did one of those tests for my AP government class, but I was the red-pilled one that just did not care about my grades, so we got in a lot of shouting matches. Good. John Hendrickson says, this loser gets off on abusing people he has control over in order to feel like a man. If we lived in the world he claims he wants to live in, he wouldn't last long at all. No, the useful idiots go quick. They go very, very quick. Why? Because they're the loud dissidents. Loud dissidents are only beneficial to the party when the party isn't in power. Once the party's in power, you don't want anyone who has experience being a dissident voice. You just want the sheep. You don't want the sheep dogs, right? The little toyes that ran around collecting all the sheep. You don't want those anymore. You're no longer of use to them. You have the party, you have the infrastructure, you have the people. Now you got to get rid of those problematic people. Yes, we have passed 1,000 likes already. Got a good audience tonight, guys. What's going on? So thank you. Cheers to that. Here's my 1K shot. Let's do it as it. We haven't done a shot in a while. That is a really, really smooth whiskey. That is a really smooth whiskey. It's Evan Williams Single Barrel Vintage. Good whiskey. All right, back to this. Couple minutes left.
So what do you think of China, though? Have you been?
I have not. I'm actually going in April.
Okay, cool. I wanted to go just to see it because I hear conflicting things.
Yeah. I think...
I want to go. I want to go to China. I want to be there. Yeah. It's my dreamland. Fucking Christ. Does he not know? You know how it works if you go to China as an American. They have American approved tours. It's similar to North Korea. They'll take you where the Americans get to go. They take you to the approved places. They let you go into certain areas. The areas with consumerism, the areas with money, the areas with approved messaging, the areas that look nice, that have been presented for foreign inspection, so to speak. That's where they go. I know people who went. I know people who went, and that's how it goes. That's how you get to spend your time there. John Smith says 12th grade public school teacher and U.S. Marine Corps vet chiming in. Today we talked about the failures of communism and the preventative measure called shall not be infringed. I love my job. Damn it, John. I'm in here. I'm shitting on teachers. I'm talking about how crappy the whole system is. And you come out here and make me proud. You come out here and make me proud. Ah, God damn it. Thanks for what you do, brother. May you last as long as possible in a system that hates you too. All right, here we go.
It's one.
I mean, some of it's good.
You know, like the revolution that happened in 1949 with like Mao and like the Chinese Communist Party, right? And then like the Cultural Revolution that happened in the 60s, the 70s, up until like Mao's death, and then Deng coming in and like opening up to capitalist, you know, kind of investment and creating the road that they're currently on. And then like what Xi Jinping is attempting to do now, kind of like going back to more the Maoist understanding.
Let's go back to more of the Maoist understanding of socialism. Xi Jinping, what a guy, bang up guy, really good guy. That Winnie the Xi Jinping, little teddy bear Xi. He's out there trying to bring us back to the good socialism, the wonderful socialism. Lots of killing, lots of dissidents being put down, tanks in the square in Tiananmen, that Tiananmen Square.
Of socialism. So you need a two-pronged system, which is exactly what Huey Newton and Fred Hampton understood, was that you needed propaganda of the deed, the economic, and also cultural propaganda as well. You needed to retrain the way that people think. So the Cultural Revolution in the 60s was fixing the problem that came about after the economic one, right? It was like,
okay.
What can we do now to root out this culture that keeps perpetuating hyper-individualism, hyper-competitiveness, you know, capitalist exploitation and consolidation of wealth.
We're gonna have to talk about this hyper-individualism plague that this guy is talking about, and we'll do it with a recent comment from my Screw You Arnold video that came in today. That thing is, I'm telling you, I keep posting like screenshots of comments and stuff that come across, and I keep talking about it because it has brought it broke out of the my normal sphere on YouTube, and it has reached out where all the fucking Arnold simps that are also communists have come out to they've got to say their piece, and it's great. It is so fucking funny to read it. So we'll have to do that in just a minute.
It ultimately failed, right? There was a lot of excesses. People were definitely like, you know, shot in the streets that probably shouldn't have been. But I do think that it's important to understand that as an extension of an economic revolution. They were changing the base, and then they went to change the superstructure. And you cannot change one without the other. You can't have cultural shifts without the economic shift, and vice versa. So I think that for movements in the United States, that we need to be able to attack both fronts.
So here it is. This is important, of course, because some people think, oh, no. This isn't about socialism, Marxism, or communism. Whatever brand you want to pick, it doesn't matter. It's all the exact same. Don't tell me that socialism and communism are different and that Marxism is somehow like some other thing. It's the exact same thing. It's the same goals, the same ends. They have slight differences in maybe some of their messaging or approach, but the end is the same. The end is the same goal, and the end is social control, and dissidents are removed via bullet, and no ownership, no personal ownership of anything. You don't need it. You work for the state. You're subject to the state. But the state is so morally good that you're happy to be a fucking useless subject to them. That's what all the goals are. But notice, he's saying it's not just cultural and it's not just economic. It has to be both. So these people who are out there saying, oh no, well, we can have the millions of pronouns and the Black Lives Matter and all this stuff, or all these little activist campaigns, but that's not about communism. Yes, it is. It is about communism. At the end of the day, it is always both prongs. They're lying when they say that it's just the culture aspect of it, because he's right. You cannot have a communist society culturally without a communist economic system. They have to go hand in hand. They want to take your stuff. They want your stuff, and they want your personality, and they want those ground up, mashed up, and put out into a gray paste that everybody licks up. That's how it's supposed to be. That is the goal of this. And it's the goal of all of these organizations and all of these people. And the people who are too fucking dumb to realize that it's the goal are just that. They're too fucking dumb to know that they're pushing the economic system with the cultural push. It's not that they don't want it. It's that they're too stupid to realize that that's what they're begging for. Nico says, left class first day when my California college professor said anthropology is not a scientific study, but a cultural study. I can only imagine for the kids who can't leave the hours, torture and bully at a young age. Yeah. John Smith says, we watch Razor Fist for end of lecture bookends. The other 3 social studies teachers in my school are also sympathetic. Granted, I don't work in a blue state. No, John isn't my name, and I won't tell you where I work. Lol, never do. Don't tell anybody ever. Merkava Street Fighter says, I was a high school teacher for a year. Kids were lining up to sign up for my classes for next year. The older teachers and administrators hated me for that. I quit after the first year and now I work from home and make more money. Yeah. Guys, so my thing, of course, is we homeschool our kids, and I teach the Constitution at our local homeschool co-op to the high school kids. So that is my very not related at all to public school, but that is my teaching experience. That's where I do my part outside of the home. I teach kids about the Constitution. The difference here is that the first thing my kids want to learn about, my students, not my kids. Well, I think my kid will be one of my students this year. The first thing my students want to learn about is the Second Amendment. Over and over. They're like, let's get to that sweet, sweet Second Amendment, brother. And I'm like, we're gonna, but we got to get everything else in there too. So, yeah, but that's the benefit of the homeschool co-op, right? Is the parents love that. The students like my class. They're not getting indoctrinated. And by the way, I'm actually working hard to rein in my personal input on a lot of these subjects. I try to give them a straight, neutral, legal take on the issues. I'm teaching them the Constitution as they would learn it in sort of a review of a constitutional law class. Now, it doesn't get as in-depth as con law, obviously, because we're not delving into every case. We don't have time. But I mean, that's the take they're getting. It's a neutral take about the different views on the subjects. The thing is, all these kids are conservative Christians, so you can guess where their takes take them. Sorry, I thought I saw one of my kids walking around. All right, we're almost done here. Here we go.
Right, we need to create parallel structures of power because we cannot rely on the state. So we need to distribute food, necessities. We need to create those mutual aid programs that we can look back at groups like the Panthers and learn from their successes as well as their mistakes, as well as consistently focusing on education and a change of cultural propaganda. Because it's like we have to hit both fronts. We have to convince people that this is what we actually need.
Guy believes it's okay to enforce his radical political agenda on his students. This tip came to us from someone on the inside of Guy's school and was corroborated by a Project Veritas undercover journalist. Contact us and send us a tip.
Okay, so this, of course, as stated before, and if you missed the moniker at the bottom, this is a Project Veritas video. Great stuff. Really, really fantastic. They're honestly an organization out there doing the work that journalists refuse to do. And it's shameful. It's shameful that is one of the only organizations actually doing the work. that everybody else has abdicated their responsibility. Every other journalist, I should say, journalistic organization. All right. We're going to take a quick look at this. Do I have to go to the fucking video? Oh, how annoying. Okay, hold on. Okay, so what's driving me crazy here? What's driving me crazy about this video, and this is my fault. I said in the video that California was the biggest state in the nation. I was talking about the political power that Arnold Schwarzenegger wielded, and rather than saying most populist, I said largest. Okay, so California is the largest state in the nation. I'm talking about political power and population. It has the most electoral votes. It is an economic engine of the country. I know Alaska is bigger than California. I get it, okay? And I think Texas by landmass is too. And that's what so many people are focusing on in the video. And so I had to put out a pinned comment about that, but that's okay. It gave a place. It gave a place for people to go ahead and directly respond to me that I sometimes get notifications for. So here we go. Here we go. I want to point this out. Maybe we should. Whoa, no. There we go. So here we go with this. You need to keep backpedaling, keep going. Oh, you troll. It's literally what I was talking about. It's political power, you assholes. Okay, here we go. Then this guy comes in. But then why don't you also value the freedom and health of others and stay at home and away from people so you don't pass the virus? That's not freedom. That's pure arrogance and hedonism. In densely populated areas, other people's freedom and health depends on your behavior. In my opinion, taking responsibility means doing what's right before legislation is needed to demand that from you. Look at these state simps. Look at this. Look at what they're saying here. It's the absolute opposite of freedom. So I say, or get this, people who are scared of the virus can get vaccinated, wear a mask, or stay at home. It's amazing. It's like they also have free agency and free will. They get to choose what they do also. Like if you're afraid of going to the store because you don't want to get a virus, and a lot of people did this. They're immune compromised or whatever, and they're like, oh, I can't go into that store. I have friends, they had a baby right at the beginning of the pandemic, and they locked themselves in their house. They're like, nobody can come in. If you wanna visit us, we'll hang out outside, distant from each other. They didn't want to risk anything. It's their first baby, and they don't realize like how hard they bounce. But that's what they did. That's what they wanted to do. That's how they chose to protect themselves. That's fine. That's fine. But what they didn't do was go to the store and demand everybody else be in a plastic bubble because they're uncomfortable. Like that's the silliest thing I've ever heard of. Freedom is making all of woe's choices for oneself. They can stay home. If you don't want to go out and get sick, then don't go out and get sick. And then here we go. Right, if they can, they should. But a lot of people in cities can't. Wait, no, in cities, that is the one. That's where you don't have to ever leave. You don't have Uber Eats here. You don't have I can get some groceries from Amazon, but I don't have an easy grocery delivery service where I live. I live in the country. If I was in a city, you never ever have to leave your house. You can have everything delivered to you sometimes within a matter of minutes. It's crazy. Crazy town. There are more people who have serious COVID-relevant health issues than I first thought. Okay. They need the income. What? Okay. That's not my responsibility. They need the food. They can get the food. You can have food delivered to you. You can have groceries delivered to you. You can do curbside pickup. You can do whatever you want. And you can wear your own mask. And you can get your own vaccine. This is crazy. And they need to see a doctor without risking their health. What does seeing a doctor have to do with this? Like, if you go to your doctor requires you to wear a mask right now. Pretty much everywhere you go, your doctor's like, yeah, put a mask on. Without risking their health and without being mocked because they are wearing a mask. Oh, they're mocked? Well, I'm sorry. Your options are mocked or be dead. like that's the proposition he's got here. Mocked? Mocked? Hey, you're wearing a stupid mask, you stupid mask, stupid. Oh, God, I'll take this up. That's the world that they're talking about. Like that someone is like, oh, God, they're right. I'm wearing a mask and I look like a nerd. I better take it off. And then they die from it. You can't be mocked for wearing a mask. Are you fucking kidding me? At the end, it boils down to how much we care for individuals massively. I'm advocating for individuals every single day, constantly. Individual. The smallest minority is the individual. Ayn Rand, no matter what you think about her, was 100% right on that. The smallest minority is the individual. The absolute pinnacle of diversity is the individual. You're different than everybody around you, unless you're one of these NPCs. But most people are individual to the point of being literally one of a kind. / parts in a society, and which measures are appropriate. Mandates are never appropriate. Say it with me again from the back. Mandates are never appropriate. A mandate is a demand for a positive action against the will of the demanded. With the force of government. It is never, ever appropriate. Taxes are not appropriate. They're theft. They are seizing the means by which you have earned your living without consent. They're mandated. They're not appropriate. Just because they exist doesn't mean they're appropriate. This is not mask mandates, vaccine mandates. They're not appropriate. They demand positive action that someone may not want to take. It's different than a restrictive imposition, right? Don't murder someone. You know, don't murder someone isn't a mandate for positive action. It's a bar on an action. That's the opposite. Don't steal. A mask mandate is not akin to a law against stealing, shockingly, because there is no law compelling stealing except the one the IRS follows. I'm from Germany. Oh, well, la-di fucking da. And considering the effects of COVID infections around me, still almost no sport or not being able to taste food after 1 year, I'm still happy how things were regulated. A sentence I will never say in my life is I'm still happy how things were regulated. Now, after over 60% of the people being vaccinated, restrictions are being reduced. I got both vaccines from BioNTech and almost no side effects. Almost no side effects. And enable myself and others to interact normally again. I've been interacting normally since January 1st of 2020. Nothing ever stopped me from interacting normally, except the choices of other people, which, because I'm pro-individual, I respect those choices. Those are fine. What is with these people? Okay, anyway. Look at this. Look at this Arnold simp here. You've taken what he said out of context. He said, screw your freedom to not wear a mask, that prevents others from getting sick and dying. Yeah, he did. That is my freedom, by the way. Yeah, when you have the flu, you are free to go to the store and do your shopping. Even though there may be an old person with immune compromised system that might die because you coughed on a string cheese. You have the freedom to do that. Maybe you should stay home. Maybe you shouldn't go to the store because you got the flu. But this has been happening forever. You have the freedom to do this stuff, even if it might put someone else in danger, because guess what? They have the freedom to not go if they're in danger, and you are not responsible. You do not owe a duty of care to the random stranger passing by. You never have. That theory of liability in the United States has been shot down over and over and over and over again. He never said anything about wanting a dictatorship or no freedom for American people. Well, look, I don't remember what I said in the video, but I don't think I said that either. But that's where it leads. That's where these things lead. It's a never ending. Guys, we have the Delta variant. You know what's next? The Theta variant or whatever. The Phi variant. Eventually the Omega variant, which will end all of time and society, I'm sure. COVID-22. They're already talking about how COVID-22 is going to be a worse, more deadly than COVID-19 and more infectious or whatever. You will never get these freedoms back. You'll never have them back because they've found that they can control the population with a sufficient amount of fear. That's all it takes. That was the most effective measure. And that's what people are noticing now. Especially the older the demographic you're addressing ticks, right? The more fearful they are of COVID. Because, and that was brilliant by whoever planned it that way. Is that sayable? It was brilliant by whoever figured that out, because the highest political power in the country are really the 55 plus demographic. They stop working. They have a lot of money. They have a lot of time. And for some reason, they're respected automatically by age. As people get older and older, they're more and more afraid because their morbidity goes up. Not the morbidity, mortality. The mortality from the virus goes up with age. And so therefore the fear goes up with age. So therefore you have the older generation impressing some sort of duty of care on the younger generation to save them. That also happens to be the age of the political class. Not that we want to go there, right? Not that we want to get into how the age in which COVID becomes more and more devastating happens to comport with the people who are most in line to implement restrictions and take away freedoms around it. Let's stay away from that one. Here we go. He said, your freedom has responsibilities. You don't drive through a red traffic light because you have the freedom to do so. You actually, shockingly, don't have the freedom to drive through a red traffic light. You don't actually have that freedom. And again, it's not comparable to a mask mandate or a vaccine mandate, because Mandates are compulsory positive behavior. A red traffic light is, by definition, a restrictive behavior. It says you cannot go right now. It does not compel you to go. Interestingly, a green traffic light does not compel you to go either. These people fundamentally misunderstand freedom, restriction, compulsory behavior. They misunderstand everything. These are the people that we're up against. Loric Project says, hey, Nick, hope your night's going well. I finally quit my sucky retail job. Now on to factory work. Oh, good luck, brother. Retail sucks, man. Jared says, completely off topic, but I was scrolling Twitter while watching tonight and came across a completely nuts and hilarious thread. I sent it on Twitter. Bunch of city liberals trying to understand rural America. Okay, here we go. Back to this. When your freedom affects the safety of others' lives in a bad way, is that a good thing? Have a think about that. Yes. There, I had to think about that. Yes. My freedom only matters when it affects others. My freedom only matters when it affects others. If you don't have freedom that affects others, then you don't have freedom. God, I was watching this video of a guy yelling at AOC back in 2016 or something. I think it was maybe it was 2020. It was during an election cycle or whatever. She's bitching about Trump on Twitter. And he says, the only freedom that matters, the only freedom is the freedom to hate. That's the only freedom that matters. And she's like, well, I think what you mean is freedom of speech. And he's like, no, the freedom to hate. Because nobody cares about anything else. It's the freedom to hate. It's the freedom to... freedom is impeding on the security of everyone around you. The right to bear arms means that your gun that you own might go off in your hands intentionally or unintentionally and shoot someone else. Might happen. And is that freedom worth it? Yes. Yes. Your freedom to say things that everybody likes and agrees with isn't a freedom because it would never be impeded. No one would ever be like, hey, man, how's it going? I hope you have a good day. Nobody's going to outlaw that. Never, never, never. Never will it be outlawed to say, hope things are going well for you. Like, why would anybody outlaw kind, compassionate speech? Ever. They're never going to outlaw you going out in like a safety suit. Like, you know what we're going to outlaw? Not infecting other people. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. That would never be at risk. Freedom is risk. You can't have absolute freedom with everything. Yes, you can. You can't steal. That's not freedom. That is that is violation of someone's right. That's a violation of someone else's property right. Abuse people. That's the violation of their property right in their own person. Be racist. Yes, you absolutely have the freedom to be racist. And that is, again, it is the most important types of freedom. We want racists to be openly racist. We don't want them to get into Congress and not be racist and hide their racism. Ilhan Omar. Right? The not racist Ilhan Omar. We don't want that. We want the racism out. You can just decide to not listen to them. Kill or harm others. Again, the property right in their own body. You can't say, no, screw you, government. I can drink and drive if I want. I mean, you actually can say that. Tons of people say this every day. What are you talking about? Sure, you can drink, but when you drink and drive, you could kill yourself or others. Yeah, You can. There are consequences. Shockingly, in all of these things except this one, although that's coming, there are consequences for directly harming someone else. That's not an abrogation of freedom. That's a recognition that you have done harm to someone in violation of their rights. You get the idea. No. Because your ideas are dumb. Yes, everyone, this is an edited comment, by the way. Yes, everyone should and does have freedom, but when you're choosing to harm or put others at risk of disease or death, then it is wrong. But we don't, they're trying to say we don't have freedom. Arnold says, screw your freedom. But you choose to put others at harm or at risk of disease or death. Sorry, not at risk of disease, but choosing to harm them or put them at risk every time you go outside. Every time you get in a car and get on the road. Driving is one of the most dangerous activities a person can do, and is dangerous to everyone around them. You don't have to do it. Like, you don't have to drink and drive to be a danger to people around you while driving. You're driving a missile at 70 miles an hour. A 3,000-pound monstrosity going 70 miles an hour. You swerve and hit a kid. You swerve and hit an adult. It doesn't matter who they are. They become paste. Typical dump American. I don't know what a dump American is. Looking for ways to start an argument or be heard / seen. You are just trying to get views for your YouTube channel. That's true. Absolutely. Always. Yes, I want more people to listen to me because I think my ideas are right. So I definitely want to maximize the amount of views and exposure I get. I want my views to go out there and challenge the shitty views of a bunch of other boring people. 1,000,000,000%. Also, these short videos don't make me any money. So, there's nothing I can do about that. That's not, it's a bad grift, but it's a good grift in a different way. I get that, but don't come on here and spread misinformation. Nothing I said was misinformation. I've never said any misinformation in my entire life. Fuck you. Everything I give you is full-on information, and misinformation is a bullshit fucking term. I'm tired of seeing it. It's information. What you do with it, whether you choose to believe it, is up to you. But I can tell you I don't lie, because I have no reason to. You do realize that America isn't the only country that has freedom. Here's where... Listen to this fucking cucked statement, by the way. Australia, UK, Canada, New Zealand, all of Europe, most of the Western world has freedom. Oh, really? Do they? First of all, we don't have freedom in the US. But we are certainly more free than every other country on that list. Step back to reality, mate. We are free. Just don't put the safeties of others at risk. Then you're not free. How do you not understand that you're not free if you don't put others at risk? Was it Franklin? He says, those who would trade liberty for a measure of security deserve neither and will lose both. That's a bastardization. It's pretty close to the quote. I'm sure I left out a couple words, but that's it. Those who would trade essential liberty for temporary security deserve neither and lose both. Risk is freedom. Tyranny can solve risk. That's the point of tyranny. That's why people end up embracing it. They see so much risk and terror in their lives. They go, oh God, if only someone would step in and fix this. and then someone does. If you want the absence of risk, you are asking for tyranny. What here as a Christian, what do all Christians want but the tyranny of God to come in and end the world and usher in a glorious heaven on earth or whatever, right? The rapture and the remaking and perfecting of the world. At the end of the day, that's tyranny. That's the point of Paradise Lost. That's the point of Satan's rebellion, is that he was compelled. He was compelled by God's will to be obedient, and he couldn't do it. He determined it to be slavery. The difference between the theoretical difference between God and a tyrannical ruler is that God isn't a tyrant and would rule perfectly, right? Like, that's the idea. But if you read Revelation, if you look at the words around what the afterlife is supposed to be, it's a never-ending joyous worship and subservience. It is the knee bent in perpetuity. It is you literally lining up to bring gifts to the ruler. The difference being the ruler is likable and is good and just and perfect and has created a perfect system. But that's what people are after at the end of the day, because, and Christians, you hear this all the time. Oh God, I hope Jesus comes back soon and fixes all this. I don't, by the way. I want to outlive that. I got too much to do. I got too many things to do to have God come back and interrupt them. Go interrupt someone else, right? But I see that I hear that from Christians all the time. Oh, we just need Jesus to come back and fix it. No, I don't want that. I'm busy. You do your little rapture thing later. But my point is not to dump on Christianity. I mean, again, I am a Christian, and so I don't have any intent to dump on anybody. But the point is this: it gets to some point in a ton of people's lives where they go, enough is enough. I just want someone to fix this. And when enough people do that in a country, you get Mao, you get Stalin, Lenin. You get Maduro. You get Pol Pot. You get these people. Come fix this problem, government, and then the government will. If you get enough people scared of COVID, you get Whitmer. You get Walz. You get Newsom. You get Bashir. You get these little micro tyrants. They will oblige you. They will put rules in to fix them. All they need is for you to ask. You get Biden. You get Hitler. You get whoever you want. God will remember what you said, Nick, and I'll tell him. They're like, look, it's fine. I'm just busy. I got stuff to do. Interrupt someone else. You waited a long time. You can wait a few years more. What have you done to serve your country? A ton. I don't know. I pay a shitload of taxes. I'm raising a bunch of children. I do a bunch of charity. I educate kids. We all know that Arnold has done more for America than all of you keyboard warriors. Oh, has he? Here we go. Here was my response to him. Simple. Everyone should have freedom, but you could just stop at freedom. That's it. That's all. That's the answer. I really wish I could like just easily catalog all of these things. I think if this is maybe the best way is to sort by newest comments. Guillermo Carrillo, he's tougher than you and smarter. You're no Patrick Henry, us an air chair patriot. Wait, what's an air chair patriot? I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Oh, same. This is the same guy. Arnold isn't against freedom. He is against when people use their freedom to harm others. Oh, I'm an American. I can drink and drive if I want to. Oh, I have freedom. I'm going to drive through a red traffic light. Oh, I have freedom. I'm not going to wear a mask and calf all over the place. I'm going to go into work sick. I'm going to blah, blah, blah. Sure, you have freedom and can choose to do all these things, but you may cause injury, disease, or death to others. I'm not going to keep harping on this guy. This is, like I said, as this video keeps going out and out and out and out, it gets better and better. We as few humans have the freedom of choice, speech, and other things, but with anything in life, there is responsibility and consequences for our choices. Then you don't have freedom. Well, I have the freedom to shoot someone in the head, and there's a consequence, though. Then you didn't have the freedom. You don't have freedom of speech. If there's a consequence for it, you don't. You don't. The virus is taking away your freedoms, not mask mandates or vaccines. Go to your local hospital and ask all the unvaccinated people dying from COVID-19 pendejos. In Minnesota this month, there have been 6 deaths from COVID. It'd be hard to ask all of the people dying because there's just so fucking few of them. Let's see. There are some good lots of good comments in here, by the way. Go back to Austrian Nazi boy Arnold. We don't need your sorry ass here any longer. Well, his father was a Nazi. That's not what he said, loser. He said, get a shot to protect yourself and others. You value your limited intelligence over your country. Weird. I distinctly remember him saying, screw your freedom. Probably because he specifically said, screw your freedom. Literally, again, it's what he said. And it's the very fact that I value this country and the freedom it used to stand for that I say, screw you, Arnold. Imagine simping for Arnold. Wow. You're simping for uneducated asshats, whining like a little girl. What a total loser. Yeah. Again, it's the guy saying, by the way, you're free. Let's remember that we have freedom and liberty and all of that good stuff. That's the little girl whining, not the people like, you're killing people by not wearing a mask. That's not the whining, though. Buddy, the uneducated one, is the one who can't recall the specific line Arnold said and thinks that taking a vaccine is saving the country. Embarrassing. These people. You failed to mention that freedom you're referring to. Might want to add that instead of babbling like an incoherent idiot. Thanks. Limiting freedom to a specific issue doesn't make me the idiot. These people, the understanding, the lack of understanding is insane to me. Look at this. Does this mean I don't have to stop at a stop sign? Whining snowflakes, don't get vaccinated, don't wear a mask. Do census takers a break? What? What does that even mean? The snowflakes are the one not getting vaccinated and not wearing a mask. Just take the government injection, bigots. Republicans only follow the law when they agree with it. Everybody only follows the law when they agree with it. Idiots. Oh, so this guy would have... Here we go. This guy would have disaffected blacks in Jim Crow. He would have kicked them out of his cafeteria because it was separate but equal. Because That was the law, by the way. Everybody seems to forget that Jim Crow was the absolute law. That was the law passed. It was not a bunch of policies adopted by sandwich shop owners. What a fucking moron these people are. That's why we've lost so many Americans due to pride and ignorance. No! You lost so many Americans because Andrew Cuomo killed the old people. Suck it up, Buttercup, or get to emergency room because that's where you'll end up. I'm waiting. Idiots like you who know nothing or very little are the most dangerous things to American democracy. I don't like your opinion. You're dangerous to democracy. Why do you people think you have the freedom or right to kill the rest of us? Get your own vaccine. It's the most amazingly stupid point I've ever seen. If you are worried about contracting the virus and dying, get vaccinated. Wear your mask. Don't go out. This is the easiest fucking thing on the planet. Just don't go out. Just get vaccinated and just wear your mask. Do all the things you're telling me to do. Me not being vaccinated doesn't harm you who is. It's insane. It's insane. It's the dumbest thing I don't know how to deal with it. I don't get it. Like, if I have the smallpox vaccine and the conquistadors come over, I'm not worried about me. You're killing me. No, you're vaccinated, bro. Take a blanket. Oh, cool. What the fuck are we talking about? Don't want to wear a mask? Stay home. I do so much. Do I have the freedom to shoot you if I caught you trying to kill someone? Yes, you do. It's the amazing thing basically in every state. If you catch someone trying to kill someone else, you can shoot them. Let's see. I mean, I'm fucking dying here. Let's see. Here we go. Let me guess. He is either talking masks or immunizations, very possibly both. So let's see. Ever hear of seatbelt laws? Yes, I find them unconstitutional and unjust. They're an illegal mandate. I am opposed to mandates. I think I wear a seatbelt every time I get in a car. I won't drive. My passengers aren't wearing seatbelts. Look, my grandpa was in a car accident. The person in the back seat wasn't wearing a seatbelt and killed the person in front of him who was. Crushed him, right? Everybody in my car has to wear a seatbelt. If you don't want to wear one, that's cool. Drive your own car. I don't fucking care what you do. Don't mandate it. Don't mandate it. I think it's an improper mandate. Or over 50 years of vaccinations to send your kids to public schools. One, I chose the vaccinations for my kids. I also chose not to send them to public schools. I also think vaccine mandates in public schools are unjust. I think they are. Do I think that kids should be vaccinated against, the things that we have 70 years of data on? Probably. I'm not an anti-vax guy. Never have been. Decency laws for any number of things. Decency laws are fucking the worst. Like wearing clothes in public. Why? Why is that mandated? Why is it mandated to wear clothes in public? Again, I disagree with these laws. Most people want to wear clothes in public. You don't need a law for that. And in lots of places like Sedona, Arizona, San Francisco, they don't have laws against that. You should make fun of those people. You should shame them. especially the fat ones. But hey, if Adriana Lima wants to walk by not wearing clothes, no one's fucking complaining. Just about all laws restrict you in some way. Yeah, that's the point of a law. Restrictions are not mandates. What you call your freedom, taking your freedoms away, is really just a politicization of the COVID pandemic. Oh, yes, I politicized the COVID pandemic by having the consistent position the entire time that mandates are bad in all circumstances. Yes, that's right. I made that political. Not the people saying you are trying to kill your fellow man if you don't get vaccinated or whatever. I really don't want to be name calling, but following the Republican Trump dogma seems very sheepish to me. This isn't Republic. Trump created the vaccine. It's his fault that it exists. He very likely would have implemented similar measures. How is this the Trump dogma? How is it Republican dogma? I'm freedom pilled, baby. 100%. Always have been. Sheepish. It's sheepish to be for freedom. Fuck me. We're almost done here. No idea what freedom you're talking about, but we have rules and laws. Cuck! Look at that. Look at that cuck face. Freedom of speech is important and nearly unlimited. Should be unlimited. Otherwise, we have to stop at stop signs and wear pants. So keep your pants on. No, take them off. Tyranny is something else. Look it up. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Ask the Jews. It's just a yellow star. It's just a yellow star in your clothes. We have to stop at stop signs. Wear the fucking star, you Don. Here, this one is good. This is a friendly one, by the way. Nice speech. Don't die. Odds are ridiculously in my favor. Yes, they are. Preach. Please shut up. Your young, inexperienced voice. Oh, girl. Oh, Christine Wood. My voice is way more experienced than you have any comprehension, girl. Is like listening to a small child beating a hollow drum. Wait, do people beat drums that aren't hollow? Are there non-hollow drums? Isn't there just a block of something? I'm dying. This is the quality that I'm faced with every day. Just so it doesn't feel alone. Guys, today let's talk about alone, and then we'll talk about the crazy murder. Today I got takeout. I got Chinese takeout because I want the coof or whatever. So I got the Chinese takeout for the kids and the wife and me. And I serve up the fried rice and the steamed rice. My kids like to mix fried rice and steamed rice. I don't know. They're broken. Whatever. And the pot stickers and the egg rolls. I give them all the food, right? And they go and eat. And they all get their iPads. And they're all playing like Minecraft together. Except one of my kids also has a friend on voice chat. But no headphones on any of them. And so they're all yakking and there's sounds coming from all these things. And Lady Rackets is with my oldest son and they're watching Star Trek Voyager, I think, in the TV room. And all I want to do is sit down and read my book. That's all I want to do. But I can't because there's just noise coming from all the tables that are around. I'm just like, oh my God. So so I don't feel alone. I turned to my kids. I said, get done eating and go downstairs. Please go downstairs right now. You're so loud. It's so many different sounds. I just want to eat and read a book. Trying to not feel alone. Fuck's sake. Sometimes it's all you're trying to do is get a moment of respite. A moment of respite. When you watch the video tomorrow of the Kiwi Farms video, or if you watch it, later if you're a subscriber. When you watch that video, you'll see near the end, I do this, and then I'm like, you'll see my arm moving. That's because I'm in the middle of recording. I'm talking at the camera. I have lights on, and my little how old is she? 6? Well, 6-year-old comes up to me. Says, Dad. I'm like, and then she just stands there and asks me a bunch of questions. So I had to stop the recording. I'm recording a video. When I do this, that means go ask Mom. Why would you still stand there to ask me? And she was hungry and wanted to make easy mac and cheese, like the little. Of course you can eat. Go eat. I have no idea why she was asking me, because Mom was upstairs just doing something, but nothing that required her to not be able to speak. Oh my goodness. But yeah. So no, like this whole just so it doesn't feel alone. No, look, I love being in Seattle was rough. I didn't have my wife or kids with me. It was kind of weird, especially at night, like after everybody went to bed, and I'm like, well, fuck me. I stay up till 5 every morning, so okay. I wasn't the hugest fan, and when I got home, I was warmly embraced by all of them. That was great. But sometimes you just need a minute. Just really trying to not be alone. I haven't felt alone in fucking 17 years. All right. Let me get this next story up. These last two stories are pretty short. So we had a lot of exposition going on here. But I read this story and just went, damn. I bet I don't know. I don't have like a moral point to make on this story. It was just interesting. Nevada man was allegedly tortured for hours and then forced to walk off a cliff, as 3 are charged with murder. Authorities allege Ray Jaggers, 27, was tortured with a blowtorch, knives, baton, and axe before being shot and killed. Holy fuck. This is him. I think this is a pre-death picture, if I had to guess. One of 3 people accused of killing 27-year-old Nevada man is being considered for the death penalty, the Las Vegas Review-Journal reported. On August 1st, the best day of the year, Nye County Sheriff's deputies responded to a call for a deceased male, officials stated. They identified Roy Jaggers, who had been tortured with a blowtorch, knives, baton, and axe, and after he was stripped of his clothes, he was forced to walk off a cliff in Cathedral Canyon, according to a criminal complaint obtained by the newspaper. Fucking hell. So they burn him, they chop him, they cut him, they beat him, and then they're like, by the way, get up, fucking walk off the cliff. And then they shot him after he fell. They'll get to that. But when he reached the bottom of the canyon, as in he walked off the cliff and plummeted to the bottom. He was shot multiple times. So then they're like, oh, blam, 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 blam. It wasn't the Mexicans. No, this is not a cartel hit. We'll get to the people in just a minute. Jagger's mother told investigators that he was last seen with a neighbor, Heather Pate, 27, of Las Vegas, according to the Pahrump Valley Times. The following day, law enforcement detained Pate, her boyfriend, 36-year-old Kevin Dent, and Pate's ex-boyfriend, Brad Men. By the way, this guy's a fucking moron. This is the guy facing the death penalty. Imagine simping for your ex-girlfriend so hard that you help her and her boyfriend kill someone else. Simp. They met men who led them to an area in the desert where they tortured Jaggers over multiple hours, utilizing numerous different weapons. Nye County Sheriff Captain David Barukowitz said in a video statement, after they finished torturing Jaggers, they drove him to Cathedral Canyon, approximately 25 miles away, where they threw him off the cliff into the gorge, where they subsequently shot at him numerous times, ultimately killing him. Maine led investigators to the murder weapon, and deputies collected additional evidence. So the ex-boyfriend is the one who turned them all in. NCSO detectives discovered the motive for the murder was Pate's belief that Jaggers had hurt her child. So maybe this is a righteous killing. We don't actually know. Have no idea. As a result, she and her boyfriend Dent lured Jaggers to her residence. When he arrived, they confronted Jaggers and subsequently beat him. This is the story I want to hear. Why does she think that? How does that happen? Why is this guy around her kid? What's the connections here? How do they lure him to her residence, right? Like, what did this do? How did this happen? How do you lure someone there? Like, all these connections are going on now that we don't know. That's what makes this story interesting to me. When he arrived, they confronted him and subsequently beat him. All three suspects are being held without bail on suspicion of murder, kidnapping, battery with substantial bodily harm, and conspiracy to commit murder. Jagger's mother described her son as loving and friendly, who played the saxophone, loved anime and the martial arts. Uh-oh! Oh, no! Oh, no! Not sure. Not sure about this. Is this guy a viewer? Does anybody know Jaggers? This guy watch the show. This is actually the crazy thing. You know what's weird about this world? So this is another reason I brought up the case, by the way. It's the loved anime and the martial arts. There's a very high probability that this guy has watched this show or like Hirohei's show, right? Like that's not, look, I've seen Hirohei. Hirohei's face on camera all the time. There's a very real possibility this dead guy watched the show. And to me, it's like, God, that's fucking weird. That's crazy. So I don't know. But he might have been a kid diddler, right? We don't know. This part's got me all conflicted. I don't know if they exacted righteous justice. Because look, if this guy's a kid diddler and they burned him with a blowtorch and threw him off a cliff and shot him, I mean, let's get him a good attorney as fast as possible. I don't know. Like I'm not sure. But if he's not a kid diddler, then they're fucking monsters. So I don't know. I have no idea which one is which. That's what I'm trying to figure out. You know, if this case keeps going, you know, if it's public, that'll be, you know, we might get some insight. Roy was killed doing what he did best, protecting the innocent, his mother wrote in a GoFundMe post. Wait, what? How is he protecting the... My name is Cassie Robinson. My 27-year-old beloved son was brutally murdered on Saturday night. Roy was so loving and friendly to everyone he met, and the world is now short one amazing angel. Roy Jaggers loved playing his sax, among other instruments. He was a black belt in the CDF Academy. What is the CDF Academy? What is that? I'm going to put this on list of martial arts not to take, by the way, because he was overpowered by a man and a woman and then killed. CDF Academics of Martial Arts. Okay. The CDF Academy of Martial Arts was established in 1982 by its founder, Sifu Jack Soderbergh. The Academy has been mixing martial arts long before the term MMA was ever used. I think MMA was used back in 1982, frankly. The school foundation arts are Kung Fu, Kali Eskrima, Jeet Kune Do, and BJJ. Boxing and Muay Thai are also included in the martial arts matrix. So there you go. That's the... This is from the co-founder and instructor, Richard Lemereau. God damn it. Fucking LinkedIn. Yeah, so this is Richard Lemereau. Okay, so back to this. Again, look, not a ringing endorsement. Not a ringing endorsement of CDF Academy Martial Arts. If a black belt was lured in by a woman and another guy, and then he got beaten. Like he got, because it says he was lured in and beaten by the two. Like, I don't know what martial art doesn't let you beat up a woman. It's a joke, guys. It's a joke. And very proudly competed and won many tournaments, as well as protected the innocent ones. Again, what? He loved his anime. I don't mean to laugh at the dead guy. It's the wording. It's the wording. Okay? He loved his anime. That's such a mom way to say that, isn't it? And was a very respectful martial artist. Roy was killed doing what he did best, protecting the innocent. He adored Mother Nature and all that entailed. Please help me and his family put him to rest. There are 3 updates. Phenomenal response that I've received is so appreciated and beautiful. Almost have enough to take care of the things necessary to do. Blah, blah, blah. Celebration of life. August 14th. Okay. We were pretty much just chilling and sharing stories of Roy throughout. Grateful for all who have donated so far. We were able to afford a cremation for my amazing son. There are, however, a few more expenses that I'm going to need to cover, and I would greatly appreciate any additional assistance I can get helping me to get through the tragedy that has ended the precious life of my only child, Roy Jaggers. Now, her goal was $5,000. It's not like she's asking an inordinate amount. They've met the goal. Sad story. Sad story. Yeah. I don't know how he was protecting the innocent on this. I'm kind of confused. I don't get that aspect of it. Again, maybe it's in the luring. Maybe like they're like, come here, help out the innocent. And he's like, oh, I got to go protect them. And then they killed him. I don't know. Maine's court-appointed defense attorney told Journal Review last week that prosecutors are considering the death penalty for his clients. Maine is accused of shooting Jaggers after he went off the cliff, according to the complaint obtained by the newspaper. It was unclear whether the other suspects had obtained attorneys. A call to Maine's attorney was unsuccessful. So, wait, but they talked to him. Oh, the Journal Review is not people. So people call. Okay, someone else talked to him. Got it. Anyway, I saw that and I was like, damn, that's like there's a lot of hate in this. This is a killing that mattered to these people, right? They really wanted this guy fucking dead. Okay. I had to remember what button to push. That the other weird thing, yeah, the simp ex-boyfriend is weird. This story has so many untold elements. It's like you want to get in there and find out what the fuck happened, don't you? What happened here? Why is the ex-boyfriend helping the girl and her current boyfriend kill a guy? Okay, local crime. No, I don't want to subscribe. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Hold on, let me see if this is archived. I don't know how I read the whole post somewhere else. Can we archive this URL? How long is this going to take? Oh, it's archiving it right now. Let me check and see if we've got any super chats. I mean, we've got a bunch of super chats to read, but we can maybe start going through some justice chats here. Oh, hey, it's September now in my town. His Instagram is still up, Ray Jaggers. Does his Instagram have why he got killed? I don't. There's no posts on this one. His Instagram doesn't have anything on it. Man kidnapped ex-wife so he could pretend to save her and bid to win her back. Damn. Okay. Yeah, get me off Instagram. What a fucking disaster that platform is. Chris Fenrir says, my instructor warned about what he called McDojos, which if you're there long enough, you rank up no matter what, while my instructor wouldn't test anyone till he knew they were ready because he hates doing paperwork. Oh, yeah. McDojos, you gotta realize, like, people pay a bunch of money. They expect to advance. Roy Jaggers? Thought it was Ray. All right, we got this anyway. The story that I was talking about doing. This is from my neck of the woods. Wisconsin men allegedly carved initials into woman they raped in Wilmer. Holy shit. We clearly have a white supremacist here. 2 Racine, Wisconsin men face charges of allegedly sexually assaulting a woman this July in Wilmer and carving their initials into her. By the way, this is a cautionary tale to the ladies in the chat and who may watch this later. You're going to notice now, I'm going to say this out front. I'm not blaming the woman in any way. Okay. So I know I'm going to get accused of this. I'm not blaming the woman in any way for this. However, she made some choices that I personally would disagree with and recommend against. And we'll talk about those choices as we go forward in this. All right? Like these are important things to know. There's no amount of choices that she made that are bad that would justify what happened to her. However, just so you don't get raped and have initials carved into your body, avoid some of the things that she did. All right? Here we go. A Racine, Wisconsin man is being held on $750,000 bail for allegedly sexually assaulting and carving his initials into a woman this July in Wilmer. As of Friday afternoon, Davion Elijah Powell, 19, remains in custody in the Candy, Ohio County Jail, charged with 2 felony counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 1 felony count of second-degree assault with a dangerous weapon. Criminal sexual conduct charges allege penetration, injury, use of force, and acting with an accomplice. Powell appeared on August 20th in front of 8th Judicial District Judge Jennifer Fisher. Jennifer Fisher, who I have been before positively and negatively, has some questionable takes on some laws, we'll say, who also ordered Powell to complete booking, remain law-abiding, and keep the court and his attorney informed of his current address. Tegan Joe Peterson of Wilmer is listed as Powell's public defender. There you go. I don't know Tegan Joe Peterson. Charges have been filed against another man in the same incident, and a warrant has been issued for his arrest. The West Central Tribune does not typically publish the names of defendants until they appear in court. Why? I mean, a warrant's issued. He's going to get arrested and get and appear. What a fucking weird policy that is. Well, we don't want to put the names out there of someone who's got a warrant out for his arrest. That'd be strange. Okay. The second man also faces 2 felony counts of first-degree criminal sexual conduct and 1 felony count of second-degree assault with a dangerous weapon. According to the criminal complaint, Powell and the other man met the alleged victim July 30th at the Mall of America, where she gave one of the men her phone number. Don't. That's the first thing. You meet this charming individual at the Mall of America. Don't give him your phone number. Number 1, ladies, I'm helping you. Later that night, the woman agreed to let the men come to her Wilmer residence because she had friends over. Hey, don't do that. As a group, the women agreed not to do anything with either man. Definitely don't. Don't do it. Don't do it. Like, actually, all of these decisions are bad. First of all, you're inviting young men to your house with girls. Men from Wisconsin. Even if they're just from the cities. Like, you don't know they're from Wisconsin. You're like, oh, they're from Wisconsin. Or they're from the cities. We met them at the Mall of America. Let's have them drive 2 hours over here to not fuck. Guys, ladies, I'm sorry. Like, again, it's not an excuse. But if a guy's driving 2 hours, he is planning on planting the seeds, man. Like, I can't imagine driving 2 hours to go hang out with a group of with a girl and her friends that I met at the mall and not thinking that I'm gonna be smashing, right? Like, not to get all Drex spilled on here, but I just wouldn't do it. What's going on? But this also doesn't work. Why are you inviting them to your house? Why are you doing this? What is the purpose of bringing these men hours away to your house if you're deciding that you're not going to do anything with them? I actually think that this detail is a lie. I think that this detail is not true. And to be very clear, I hope these guys go to prison for fucking ever. I hope they go to prison forever. I don't think there's any mitigating circumstance here for these guys. They should go to prison forever. They're fucking dumber than the women. Why are you driving 2 hours out to some random chick you met at the mall's house? What are you doing? Meet some other girl. All right. After the men arrived, the women's friends left. Either the first part was a lie, or this chick has the worst fucking friends on the planet. One of those two is true. What are you doing? They leave? No, we're out of here. Peace. Have fun with these two random guys that you met at a mall. But, stay. After raping the woman, sorry. The friends left, and both men allegedly sexually assaulted the woman in her residence, including raping her. She told police she attempted to get away multiple times. After raping the woman, both men allegedly handcuffed the woman, put paper towels in her mouth, and grabbed either scissors or a knife and started carving up the front of her body. Both men forced her down onto the bed on her stomach and continued carving up the back of her body. This included carving the initials DP on her, according to the complaint, which is the initial of Davion Powell. Before you get any wrong ideas. The other man with Powell allegedly used his phone to film the assault, which included sexually assaulting the woman with the object they used to cut her. Jesus fucking Christ. This is atrocious. Kill him. Kill him. Shoot him. Shoot them. Why are we fucking around with these people? Shoot them. Law enforcement located bodily fluids in multiple places in the woman's residence. Witnesses identified both men to law enforcement. The woman was taken to a hospital for examination, but her condition is not listed in the court documents. Her condition is not fucking okay. That's what her condition is. Jesus Christ. Powell's next court date is scheduled for September 3rd. Oh my God. Anyone die? No one died. But just shoot them. There should be 2 dead people in this. Shoot them. Anyway, this was, I thought I'd bring this up because this is in my part of town. And again, you wonder. You got people going to jail for weed and stuff. And then you got these guys doing this, and you're like, why are we wasting jail on them? Fucking shoot them. Move? I'm not inviting random dudes from the Mall of America to come hang over with me and my girlfriends in my house. Fuck them. Icon of sin. Pick you up on the way to Matsuri. I flew to Matsuri. How do I pick you up? The plane. Land the plane. I got to pick up this guy. Holy shit. Anyway, well, that is, I guess that's what we got for the day. Where did the handcuffs come from? That's a good question, right? Did they bring them? If they brought them, it can tell you what, maybe they just found them in her apartment, who knows? Her house, whatever it was. I don't know if it was an apartment or a house. They don't have the names of victims, right? I think the Violence Against Women's Act prevents disclosure of the name of the victim. It's safe for you to invite us, though. You met all of us on the internet, not the mall. Damn right. It was just a crazy, I live in a small town, and so the crime here is usually pretty basic. I mean, there is a little like gang activity. We do have a lot of illegal Mexican immigrants here in town, and so sometimes there could be some random cartel violence in town. That is a possible thing, but typically it's pretty quiet. I say my town. It's actually the next town over. But yeah. So I wanted to bring you a crazy story, And my advice to all the ladies is, what are you doing? What are you doing? You meet some randos at a fucking mall, and you're like, oh, here, come over to my apartment with my girlfriends 2 hours away. We're definitely not gonna have sex. Lol. And then you end up getting raped. Don't do that. Don't get raped. Jesus, be smarter. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Let's do super chats, and then we'll go, and it's game night tonight. We're going to play more Mortal Shell. Mortal Shell. It is a Souls-like weirdo fucking game with a strange block mechanic, and, I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm having a fun time. Okay, Nora Vanguard. So sorry to bother you again, Ricada. I DM'd you about my sister's case a few weeks ago, but things have gone from bad to terrible. Her lawyers sold her out and did nothing to help defend her. I was wondering if you know any lawyers in my area. DM'd you my info. Thanks. I saw your DM. I might know someone. Wolfgang Deo says, lol. So I saw 2 teachers petitioning bills being passed cutting funding sources for education. Sorry, can't sign since this goes against my interests. I want to be rich one day. And why TF would I support them with that crap they allow going on? If you want to be rich one day, you shouldn't be a teacher. Star Lee says, tomorrow we bury my brother. He was decorated and suffered PTSD from pulling the dead and dying out of the Taji missile strike. We had him over 3 days and nights when Afghanistan started going to shit. Thursday, he went home to the wife. Friday morning, we got the news he died in a motorcycle crash. Not knowing if it's self-caused or accident has been heavy on my soul. We have our Poitin. Really need some of your dadly words to get me through and out of bed for the first time since the news. Drink a toast to my bro. Slide. Star Lee. All right. Hold on. Pouring the toast. First of all, rest in peace to your brother. I don't know the man, of course, but it sounds like what he was living in was less than peace. Post-traumatic stress is a horrible affliction that you could wish on no one. And the one small solace I can offer is that he is at last at peace and away from the torment that racked his mind. The one place we should all be we should all be able to retreat to for solace is the sanctity of our own heads. And when that sanctity and sanctum is disrupted, it is not something that we can then escape. So, peace to him. May his pain be over, though your pain just begins. May you only remember the good things and the good times. Cheers to you. Prayers and blessings to your family. Peace. God damn it, Kool-Aid Man. All right, so we got to follow that up with a chat from Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah. Nick Friday's stream aesthetic reminds me of my old porno days. Speaking of that, I got a kilo of meth, a hooker with one leg, one with one eye, and 2 with one arm each. We're going to recreate Voltron orgy style and need a cameraman. You down for some smut? God damn it. We have a serious moment, and then we go to Voltron smut jokes. Yeah, I'm in. Let me know. My rate is I'm cheap. Silky Johnson says, Nick, if you get sticks on the show, you should try to reach out to Razorfist as well. Theory is they are the same person, since no one has ever seen them in the same room before together. Sure Sticks claims to be in the Netherlands. That's just a misdirection clanker. No way. I'm not here to break that illusion. Gulag Man says, hey, Nikki, communism is absolutely horrible. But you forgot the gulags for dissidents. Those Democrats want to throw blacks and a Larry Elder. Wait, isn't that the same? Isn't he one of them? In the gulag for slave labor. Now they are building COVID gulags in Australia. I thought Larry Elder. Oh wait, I was wrong. Larry Elder is a white supremacist, so definitely not one of the blacks. One of the good ones. One of the good ones. Jesus Christ. Tradeo says, Black Preacher, I knew I smelled something awful. Baneling has returned with the smell of leathery burned bacon fermented in the shit-stained streets of India. He is done with his calling of scamming a granny out of iPhone gift cards. May the Lord protect us. Thank you, Tradeo. Wolfgang Deo says, these are the same people bitching about free food at the food banks last year, and now they still won't stop being petty and stupid. Man, these people were bounced too many times as babies. Buckshot Sancho says, what the fuck? Why can't all the cucks crying in that comment section understand that if they or anyone else is vaccinated, then they shouldn't have to worry about anyone else? That's a good question. That is a good question. That one guy says, seems like the perps are more likely your viewers. They were gassing the pedo, right? Don't know if he was a pedo. They didn't say offended sexually on the child. They said harmed, whatever that means. Kill on suspicion. Who needs due process? This is what you wanted, Nick. They're heroes. Torture him while you're at it too. That's manly. That's what you do. Gosh darn it. Well, if he was a pedo, I don't blame them. Guys, if someone harmed one of my children in that way, I pity that person. Except I wouldn't, because they're a fucking pedo. So, as I said, I want to know. I want to know the answer. Call the cops. Yeah, maybe. Maybe not though. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I got a lot of swamp in the backyard. I got a lot of fucking swamp. But one guy says, so hey, incidentally, someday in the Nicktopia, if you want someone dead, all you have to do is tell people they hurt your child after you kill them. That makes it okay. Everyone will love you. They might even throw you a parade. It's great. Woohoo! I didn't say these people were right. I said I wanted to know more. I said it's interesting. Damn. How did that get missed? Whatever. I don't know. I don't know how you missed that. I said I don't know. I said if they, if he actually harmed their kid, then I understand their motive. Right? Or the girl's motive. I don't understand the ex-boyfriend's motive. That's strange. Maybe it's his kid and her kid. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But that's a weird one. But if he didn't harm the kid, then they're awful. I said that. Yeah, if he was a kid diddler, I'm not going to shed a tear that someone killed him. Why would I? What a fucking weird thing to be in. Neil913 says, I tagged you several times. Super chat won't post the GoFundMe link. Oh, fuck me. Did you tag me on here or on Twitter? The fuck is going on? What is this? Holy fuck. What the fuck? This is something completely different. All right, I'm trying to find this oh, shit. He did it here. Can somebody send me that link? And I can put it up. Someone tagged me in some weird thing on Twitter. I don't know who. Who's Chris McDonough? The interview room? What the fuck is happening here? Who's CM? Who's CCF? I don't know. I got tagged in some weird fucking thing. Sorry, I got distracted. I know he can't post links in here. Just I haven't seen. I was asking if someone else could, like, if they found it, if they can get it to a mod or get it to me, type the name of the GoFundMe, anything, something like that. I know you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. God damn it. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. I went to Twitter to see if they tagged me there at first. Here's what I got. Here's this weird thing. So this guy, AK, says, Chris, TikTok, I'll die on my sword on this one, buddy. Let's see what the civil legal system feels about our situation. Bud, release all the things I have nothing to hide. 7 days, 1 rock, 1 rainbow, 1 apology. Oh, I don't even speak this language. What the fuck are they talking about? And so then they said, get with Ricada Media. Looks cool. Hey, thanks, bro. But I doubt they'd take on CM and CCF. Who's CM and CCF? Who are these people? Benjamin the Rogue. That's because Streamlabs sucks. I'll go bankrupt taking this POS to task. Brutal honesty. If you don't stand for something, you stand for nothing. Be searching and helping people while I do it. I'm an underdog. I don't care. He will pay. 10K per show. This is what people pay for. What the fuck? No, you puke. It's called being a good human. What is it? What is this? So let's think about a guy like AK for a moment. He's probably confused inside, but somehow he became obsessed with the delusion that he could have and had a relationship with Suzanne if she knew him. He's transferred into obsession with finding her, and no one other than him can do it. Listening and watching him for the past 8 months confirms he has become a delusional stalker. Look these guys up. His challenge then becomes, how do I communicate my fixation to the world? Well, enter the internet, the gateway to convincing the world that she would have loved him if she only knew him. Now to think about if he's married and in the challenge she's dealing with. What is going on? What is happening? I seriously have no idea what's going on. I told the guy to DM me. I doubt they'd take on CM and CCF. I don't know who the fuck CM and CCF are, but whoever they are, I'm not afraid of them. I might be afraid of this guy. He might be a weirdo. He has no followers. I don't know what's happening. But I'm now interested in the story. A story I didn't know existed. I am now very, very interested in. So Neil Neil913, type the name of your GoFundMe and tag Eldon Baneling, and he'll link it, and I'll see that, because it's hard for me to follow the chat 100% of the time. Anyway, ascended President Not So Handsome Jack says, howdy, Nick. Mind pouring one with me? Oh, excuse me. Today, 11 years ago, was my first day of high school, and the day my cousin died by colliding with a semi at 24. She was a vet and had a 1-year-old girl. What a hell of a day it was, huh? Damn. Cheers, brother. Yeah, CM is Chris McDonough. I just don't know who that is. John Parsons says, do you have a whiskey recommendation list? No. I should put one up on Locals. I'll put one up on Locals. A public one on Locals. And then I'll put a better one up behind the paywall. Get grifted. If you're not grifted on Locals yet, what even are you doing with your life? Wolfgang Deo says, free expression, academic freedom. You are allowed to think and believe what you wish, but we are teaching children here, not experimenting on them. Correct. Timothy Reaper says, did you see the school board getting trolled with fake names? Don Keddick. Memology made a short video about it. No, but I did see that Memology managed to keep his channel. Memology 101 is still up. I thought he was for sure toast, but he seemed to make it. Wolfgang Deo says, hashtag love hate. Whatever happened to loving hate? These idiots can't come up with a cogent argument for any damn thing. Mr. Bubbles, welcome. New member, paralegal status. Thank you for joining. Andrew War Snowboard says, when will Jason Mayhem Miller be on your show next? Dude, I would love to talk to Mayhem. That guy is hilarious. No, Memology 101 is still up. Memology 102 exists, but Memology 101 is still up. Oh, do people not believe me? He posted a video like today. Look. 6 hours ago, Biden is ascending beyond Sigma. 10 hours ago, school board gets trolled by real-life Bart Simpson. 14 hours ago, Memology 101 is still around. Russell Hall says, Trevor Moore from The Whitest Kids You Know wrote a pretty epic song about the importance of bullying. Look up Trevor Moore bullies. Ryan says, Nick, make a video listing all the slippery slope examples that have actually happened. What of all the all the communists that ended up with guns where people were shot? It's just a list of communism attempts. It's all of them. Without exception. Wolfgang Deo says, hashtag LGBTQPIA+, don't ask about the P. No, don't you dare. Mr. Snuffle says, Asmongold is a typical pub ed student. He has so many stories of him just being a lazy jerk-off. Well, I mean, we all do. Not Applicable says, he's a commie fig, ignore him. Wolfgang says, my high school was decent around me while I was there in a red state. Probably still is, maybe. Then again, the idiots get left behind eventually. Malik Foxon. Malik Foxon says, you ever Uber high school kids? No. Tell me he's off base next time you hear him talking about airdropping one of their friends' nude pics in the lunchroom for the lulz. High school kids are nasty. Wrestler Town says, he has ink sock tattoo, the bad guys in 1984. Not Applicable says, you like Springsteen and Glee, you gay? No, I like that version of that song. Oh my God. Malik Foxon says, don't you know, Nick, if you want to do recon, you send us blacks to the wokest because they always assume we're on their side till we tell them they're not. Yes, I do know. That's why I asked. It was great. Oh, shit. AK Rocks. That's him, I think. AK, we were just talking about you. I don't know anything about your story at all, but I'm now very, very interested. So make sure you DM me on Twitter so we can figure out what the fuck's going on. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Thanks for joining the channel. Very interesting. HP says the guy likes talking about himself so much that he misses a couple of questions. Should have caused him a little suspicion of the interviewer. Koi for you says my sides, the face they make when they hear no for the first time in their commie first world problem lives. Obviously, Daddy was never there for them. Snuggle Struggle says all this legal aid for illegal immigrants when thousands of homeless are littering their streets, crap and drug needles everywhere. Help Americans first. Stephen Cooper says I refuse to do homework in classes where it was worth more than 20% of the grade. Damn sure ain't going to a rally. Eldon Baneling says, but Nick, have you tried real communism though? No, it's never been tried. Never been tried. We'll get it right this time. AK Rock says, love this show. Hey, me too. Thanks, man. Wolfgang Deo says, why do socialists not accept Hitler? One of theirs. Good question. Vox Eterna says, I want a kid to make the test say they're a fascist and then sue when he abuses, harasses, discriminates against them in a class. Philip Coggins says the only difference between Stalinism and Nazism is who they think the Jews are. Yeah, the Russians weren't too friendly with the Jews either, except for the Jews that ran the banks. They let those stay in Moscow, but all the others weren't allowed. JC says, you got to love how commies never held a real job. They never held roles of leadership, and they think they know more than you. Dude, every time. Oh, I didn't even get to the fucking weirdo who flipped out at me for saying that I was partners with YouTube. I was a YouTube partner. The reason I said that, of course, is because YouTube. Oh, Memology got his channel back today. Perfect. Wonderful. Let's see. Yeah, this is a weird thing. This guy. So I tweeted out about Cryingcab last night, right? And then this guy, who's a notorious fucking idiot, comes in and says, being a lawyer, you know the word partner is a legal term. I mean, it can be a legal term of art, yes. That is a thing that can happen. You are not partners with YouTube. They're terms of conditions. I think it means terms of service or terms and conditions. Contains the word in our sole discretion. Well, here's the interesting thing about that. And this, no one's actually talking about this. I've mentioned it a couple times, but in our sole discretion actually does have limitations, by the way. If your terms and conditions say, in our sole discretion, we can decide to terminate you. But if it turns out they only terminate black people, hypothetically, that's not actually allowed. That's not actually allowed. So, but I did take the time to point out that weird then that my YouTube contract is called a partnership agreement and I have a YouTube partner manager assigned to me. Wonder why I would use the term partner. Very strange, you dumb pile of trash. Then I cited this YouTube partner program thing. Right? Because YouTube calls it a partner program. I wonder why I would say we are your partners. And so then I don't want to pull up all of these things. Let me pull up the other one here. This is my favorite response. He says, I'll wait for the link to the class action lawsuit where all the partners sue because their rights have been violated. Wondering why there aren't any of those around. There actually was a class action lawsuit where a bunch of partners sued YouTube. There was. I mean, YouTube prevailed, but there was a class action lawsuit where partners sued because their rights were violated. They alleged that because they were black, that YouTube was suppressing their views. That actually happened. But again, there are dozens of reasons that have nothing to do with the literal fact that YouTube has created a YouTube partner program and refers to us as its partners. Keep moving the goalposts, though. You'll still be incredibly incorrect. I grabbed all these from YouTube. All the partner things. It says partner all over the fucking thing. It's everywhere on YouTube's website. Fucking weirdos. Weirdos, man. Well, you're not a partner because other people haven't sued. Wait, what? Huh? What are you talking about? Anyway. But oh yeah, this is a great thing. People forget. It's weird. People on Twitter, particularly, sometimes on Kiwi Farms or whatever, that I do YouTube for a living every single day, constantly. Probably about 15 hours of my day is spent in some way related to YouTube and the business of YouTube. And there's a lot of back-end business that goes on. I have bi-weekly meetings about YouTube with YouTube. I do all sorts of shit that involves YouTube, their front end that you guys see, the back end that I deal with, the double back end that I don't get to deal with but have to try and navigate, even though I'm throwing darts at a fucking board that's a mile away. All of that. It's only my entire professional endeavor right now. Only all of it, though. And it's only consumes the majority of my waking work. Like any small business owner, right? This is what you do. It's what you're constantly like, okay, how do I make my products better? How do I get my products to more people? How do I convince the people who see my products to buy them? How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? That's what you do when you're building a business. It takes a ton of fucking work. And these people come in, they've never done anything on YouTube at all. Like they might have posted one video of like their stupid disabled cousin's birthday party or something. Nothing else. And they're like, you don't know how YouTube works. I'm like, it's every day. This is all I do every day. And you're going to tell me that I'm wrong on how YouTube works and that you somehow know more? Who the fuck are you? What is this? That's so fucking weird. Okay, anyway, sorry. Just a personal pet peeve of mine when people are like, you don't know how YouTube works. I'm like, have you even uploaded a video before? Like I've been doing this every day for 3.5 years. Almost 4 years now. It'll be 4 years in 2 months. I can't sneed. NeoZed says GOG is censoring. No, GOOG is censoring, but he is one of many. Over here, he'd be a white savior as he thinks he has all the answers. Rude also not sees like him first on the wall. Not applicable says, you're finally blowing up, Nick. Kind of exciting. I am? Cool. Wait, is that bad? Archimedes says, Nick, Project Veritas released another video of the reporter confronting both that teacher and his wife. Oh, no. Oh, no. Maybe we'll watch that. Well, oh, damn. Oh, he's tiny. He's a little fella. We are the Munchkin Guild. Okay, here we go.
Gabriel, hello, how are you?
I'm good.
I am a journalist with Project Veritas.
Okay.
Nice to talk with you. Don't mind my colleague recording. We are
Oh, look at him. Look at how he looks. Oompa loompa doopa dee doo. This guy is such a communist tool. Oompa loompa doompa dee dee. He is out protesting Chauvin's knee. Oh, damn it. That was too far.
recording, but I think you're going to be more interested in what I have to say here.
I don't.
Look at this Chad, and then this tiny, well, Tyrone, I guess, and this little short wafy guy. His wife is taller than him. Okay. We're not gonna watch this whole. Well.
Feel comfortable with this?
Well, I think that there's been a lot of uncomfortability in your classroom. I'd like to talk with you about some of the statements you've made. I believe you said it.
You know what Project Veritas is.
Well, we're journalists.
Bullshit. Wait, a political activist who's involved in Antifa says he doesn't know what Project Veritas is. I think he's scared of the blacks. Notice he's carrying a bag of dog shit. Oh, God. Angie Mason Harover. Pierce was Kyle Rittenhouse's former lawyer. He's not Kyle Rittenhouse's lawyer anymore. Appears to be somewhat of a shyster, but yeah, he's on a ventilator for COVID. He was also defending some of the Capitol rioters, but I wouldn't hire John Pierce to save my life.
Okay. And you mentioned to one of our colleagues that you have 180 days to turn students into revolutionaries. Would you like to expound upon that?
We do not consent to this filming. We do not consent to these questions.
Sorry, lady, you're on a public sidewalk. You don't have to consent to the filming or the questions.
Well, you're in a public place, and I don't think parents consent to their students being, quote, turned into revolutionaries. So if you'd like to give a comment on that, those newsworthy statements you've made, I think that would go a long way to resolve some concerns in the community.
We would appreciate some distance. If you could
Oh, what? Is she scared of the black man?
Well, Mr. Guype, if you could please just provide me commentary on these statements. I mean, a student voiced their uncomfortability in your classroom with the Antifa flag. Do you recall that? Do you recall how you responded to that student? You tacitly implied they might be aligned with fascists. I mean, is this the kind of behavior in line with the mission statement of your high school? Don't you give students extra credit for going to partisan left-wing events?
You're harassing.
Sir, I'm not harassing you. I'm trying to get comments. You're a public school teacher.
I understand that, but
You're a public school teacher, and you're teaching things outside the curriculum.
It's not harassment, by the way. Harassment has to be with the intent to molest, harm, aggravate. That is not his intent. This is perfectly legitimate behavior. He's not actually harassing him in any way.
Curriculum of your school. Do you not have a poster of Mao in your classroom? As parents would also like to know, why do you think it's okay to, quote, scare the F-U-C-K out of students to turn them into revolutionaries? Yet you said that you would consider...
She's got her phone out here. I don't know if she's trying to like record what's going on.
And you have considered taking up arms against the state. That's an incredible statement. Do you think it's okay to push these personal beliefs onto students? Do you have permission from the superintendent or the principal to use your classroom as a bedrock for your personal beliefs and impose them on students, high school students?
We're being followed by these people.
Yep, you are.
Individuals know.
As you can see, they run in shame. They had a lot to say to my colleague, but Mr. Guype has nothing to say now. This is the face.
Look at this man's polo shirt, barely even staying on. Look, I'm going to call out Project Veritas. You can't send a man who is stretching the bounds of a polo shirt after a manlet. You can't do that. That's racist and against the law. You can't do that. Look at this. If he just flexes his triceps, he's going to rip the back of these sleeves. And Guype, he couldn't rip sleeves if it, he couldn't pull at them to rip. He couldn't do it. He had to get someone else to cut the sleeves off for him so he could wear his little Soviet sickle. Yet that's not even fair. This man has 7 more chins than Guype will ever have. And I don't mean that in a fat way. Look at that jawline. You can't send this guy out to talk to... You got to send some little, 4'6" furry out to him or something.
Of radicalism.
Plus, don't you know, this is a lefty. They hate black people. They hate black persons. They love black people when they're away, when they're over there in their groups that they can then save and invest their political capital and exploit. They love black people groups, but they hate black persons who show up. 10 times out of 10, the commies hate black persons who arrive. Holy shit, does it make them scared. It's so great. It's so funny to me.
This is people who have something to
Well, I like the blacks as long as they stay in their part of town.
hide. Yet when the mic is in their face and they have the opportunity to share, they don't want to. Classic.
Uh-oh. Sorry, it's only a couple minutes.
Outside the school district here, Natomas Unified School District, we were unable to get comment from the principal, Miss Strickland, of Indercombe High School. Now here at the school district, let's see if we can get anyone who's willing to see this disturbing footage. Hello, ma'am. I do see that you're recording, I guess for your safety. We are as well. I have some footage that I need to show a member of the school district here. I was hoping to speak with, if not the communications manager, perhaps Chief Academic Officer, Angela Herrera.
Okay, let's start off with our communications department.
Okay.
Perfect.
Here's what I do have. I do have a press pass. If you can bring that back to me.
Okay, so I'm going to keep it right here.
Of course. No one wants to see this footage? No one wants to see this footage? Okay. You work for the school district, correct? What is your title, if I may ask? Because I just find it interesting that no one is willing to see this footage. Like I said, it's maybe of a safety concern to Indercombe High School. I have the footage right here. It's a 10-minute video, and it's of.
She just leaves.
She said no one can see my footage. I don't know if it's a liability issue or if it's a negligence issue, but no one wants to see this footage.
You guys can't be in here recording. You need to leave, please.
Okay, we're trying to show you a
No,
video.
I want you to leave, or I'm going to call the police.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
Is this a public building?
The answer is yes, it's a public building, and yes, you
They have
absolutely
called the
can
police to escort us from
record.
the building because we are attempting to get someone from the school district to watch footage of a teacher engaging in behavior that is blatantly a concern for security, health, and just well-being of these minors. Ma'am, can you tell me what your title is so I can leave? Okay. I'll be calling in momentarily just to get her title. She's a member of the school district. She has to give it to me. She's an public employee. Thank you for your help. Have a nice day. We'd rather call the police on someone who has footage.
I wish it would have stayed till the cops showed up, but he probably doesn't want to get killed.
These are the people who are running your child. These are the people making the decisions for your child's life. No accountability, no willingness, no responsibility. Cowards. Cowards.
So there you go. Great follow-up video. Damn, Nick. No, what? No, I'm serious. You think that lady didn't call and say black man is in here threatening the public school district employee? Holy shit. Yeah, of course they did. They want the cops there as fast as possible. They want the cops to show up armed. If not because he's black, but because he's from Project Veritas. There's another video. I don't want to watch anymore. We're already at 2:30. We're already at 2:30. But yeah, it's fucking crazy. Crazy. Suck It says, "Did you see this shift in law school? That's scary." No, I saw the shift long before law school. Marsupial Gamer says, "Sticks Hexenhammer 666 has started live streaming daily. You mentioned this morning he'd love to be on your show, Nick. Can't wait for that." Yep, like I said, I'm gonna reach out to Sticks. I just haven't, because of the Seattle trip has got me all backwards. So Wolfgang Deo says, "Why do people keep trying to change the form of U.S. government? It says Republican form of government in the Constitution, right? It does. We are a republic, a constitutional republic." Long Reach Jones says this is a core difference between left and right teaching. Teachers who are neutral and right-wing will more commonly take pains to be neutral. Left will often insert their politics where they can because they know. That's because they know what the system is for. It's for propaganda. Colostro says it's a 10-second video on Libs of TikTok. It's worth it. You'll love it. What is? Bad Vibe says BLM, Biden loves minors. Good for you, 3000 says Schwarzenegger used to be a fan of Milton Friedman and Hayek. Look at him now. Oh, yeah, he's terrible. Ryan H says 22 Army Reserve, journalism, marketing, double major, Arabic minor. Where could I do the most good? Subvert corpos, revert army, real journalism, law, political activism, my own business, or something else. Love you, brother. Enjoying a Stella and Dominican Stogie. Put this toward the same. Ryan, that's a really good question. Actually, like, I hate to say it. Journalism, marketing, double major with an Arabic minor. You could be a fucking Fed. That's FBI material right there, brother, with Army Reserve. Like you've got future glow in the dark written all over you. Otherwise, I would think real journalism is a good place if you could get into somewhere like a Veritas or some other thing. But otherwise, start your own business, man. Don't go work for someone else. Army Reserve, you've got that discipline and self-motivation built into you. So many Army dudes and reservists I know have like some of the best work ethics because what they're doing isn't shit to what they had to do in boot camp and in their service. Start your own business. Do whatever you want. Don't let someone else tell you what to do. You already did that in the reserves. But otherwise, if you want, go glow. Wolfgang Deo says mask mandate equals people get shot. Already happened. Yes, every law ends with a bullet. Every single one. That's how they work. Vienticus Prime says the price of freedom is vigilance and tolerance, not capitulation. Here's a few more words because I'm tossing. A tosser, a fiver. Thanks, brother. No, correct. Malik Foxton says, what's funny about that comment is there's so many people who are openly racist against white people saying you don't have a right to be a racist. Funny. Yep. Absolutely. Spencer Browning says, don't drink and drive. You might spill your beer. True. Not applicable says all freedom involves risks. That's freedom. Moron. Malik Foxton says, according to Jason, merely existing is illegal. Yes. Wolfgang Deo says, so these idiots finally discovered germ theory. Cars in Depth says, my son just texted that his wife is in labor with my 5th Jewish grandchild. If you have a scotch handy, make a l'chaim to life. Oh my gosh. I'm going to be so bad at Mortal Shell tonight with all this liquor. I have just a small l'chaim for you. Cars in Depth, l'chaim. Wolfgang Deo says, lol, I'm busy too. I ask people when Jesus comes back, do you want him coming from for tourism or business? Nuclear Winter Gamer says, Nick, you were right about the USA being more free than Canada. Being a Western Canadian, we get shafted so hard by Ottawa. Hope the CON party can overcome. Kalinka Pavlova says, look, my country might not have free speech and rights to own gun laws, but we've thrown dildos at our politicians and we can buy paracetamol. Take that. What the fuck is paracetamol? Austin Heartless says, a big question that can be asked over and over is, what happens when the next variant comes out that is immune to the most recent jab? Lockdowns, masks, and they said Johnson & Johnson or Pfizer, I can't remember which one said it. They said we can have a new shot for the next jab ready within 3 months. This is a perpetual business proposition for them, and they got it. Oh, it's paracetamol is Tylenol. Gotcha. I can get Tylenol. I can buy Tylenol. I buy like 10 bottles. What? Toab says, hashtag piss is stored in the balls. True. You guys know that. That's a biological fact, by the way. Snuggle Struggle says, you have The freedom to stay home so you don't contract COVID from others. You don't have the freedom to dictate what others can and cannot do, period. Kalinka says, I'm tired of all these assertions that we should do X to protect other people. None of those people, government especially, will give a fuck if we die tomorrow. Correct. Balam's ass says we lost so many people because Fauci's pet virus escaped the lab. Dude, oh man, Rand Paul was lighting Fauci up the other day on that. And Fauci's like, you got it wrong. And Rand Paul's like, no, here's the facts. Here's this. Here's it. You can't deny it. You can't keep denying it. You can't deny it. Fauci's like, no, it's not. It's not true. Malik Foxon says, democracy. Some internet dude says, imagine working with people like this. I'll tell you what. It's exhausting. Theophrastus 3.0 says, NPR has an article claiming Ben Franklin's, quote, actually defends the authority of a legislature to govern in the interests of the collective security. God damn it. NPR is a bane on the existence of man. Ash B says, here's a tiny bit of what my AMC stock netted me. Hey, dude, why the foo do these people pretty much despise freedom? I rage internally at times asking myself this question. Thank you for the stream. Look, there really are. There are two types of people in this world. There are people who are governed by their own behavior, thoughts, ideas, conceptions, and principles. And then there are people who need that governed to them. They hate freedom. They despise freedom because they fear it, because their internal monologue is silent on how to behave without someone telling them what to do. That's why. That's the reality. They legitimately cannot operate without an authority. And it's scary to come across those people. You've run across them. Like you're at your job and the power goes out and they're like, what do I do? And I'm like, your fucking job. Like you just keep working. Well, I don't know what to do. How do I, or if the manager takes a day off, they're like, well, what do I do? Same thing you do every day. What do you mean? What do you do? Do whatever you want. I don't actually care. But if you want to do your job, do your job. Like, but there's no one to tell me. It's like, oh my God, you do this every day. Bad Vibe says, prior to seatbelt laws, 20 in 100,000 died in vehicle crashes. Now with laws, crumple zones, ABS, and airbags, that number is 10 in 100,000. Half the number wore seatbelts. Think about it. Ace Brain 2003 says, yo, Nick, did you hear the story about the convicted felon and sex offender security guard in Chicago who shot a customer in self-defense because they weren't wearing a mask? Crazy stuff. No, I didn't hear that. But why is he a convicted felon and sex offender carrying a gun? Fuck me. Ralph says, here's $5 that I wouldn't have sent if the Twitter morons didn't try to explain why the jab is the right thing to do. Say thank you to them for it. Hey, thanks, Twitter morons. You keep me in business. V2K says, working in a kitchen and the lights go out. Everyone's freaking out and I'm just there cutting vegetables in the dark, not giving a fuck. Exactly. You just keep doing your job. And yes, Louis Rossman is going to get an email from me probably tomorrow. And then hopefully we can set up a show soon. Vienticus Prime says, sent you an image of a quote in a Twitter DM. An image of a quote. Oh, here we go. In your advocation of homeschooling, consider this quote from Elizabeth Cady Stanton. The talk of sheltering woman from the fierce storms of life is the sheerest mockery, for they beat on her from every point of the compass, just as they do on man, and with more fatal results, for he has been trained to protect himself, to resist, to conquer. There you go. There you go. Interesting quote. Thanks. Thanks for sending that. Mandy Caravicius says, Nick would never stab, axe, beat, burn, force off a cliff, and shoot any of us. Nick loves us all. Correct. Unless you harm my child. Then we'd have a different and very long talk that would be unpleasant for you. Wolfgang Dale says hashtag pro hate, hashtag woman at fault, hashtag just say it, hashtag wussy. I don't, she's not at fault. Even if she did a bunch of dumb decisions that brought that scenario about, the guy still chose to rape her. She's not at fault. You can never be at fault for someone else's bad fucking actions. Like if you leave your house completely unlocked, and your TV is visible through a window or whatever, and the doors are open and you like leave and say I'm leaving, you should be able to come back to your house and have everything still be in your house. It's a bad idea, but that's how it should work in a perfect world. It's just not how it does. Not Applicable says it's hilarious if it was true, but sad but hilarious. Pronato says regardless of gender or whether you want sex with them, don't invite people you just met into your home. Correct. You meet them for a date somewhere at a public place. If you want to smash, like Drex talks about, you meet at a hotel with a fake name. Like you do all that stuff. You don't bring people into your home. Malik Foxon says, want to do crimes? Yeah, man, bring your phone. Let's record it. It's a good idea. Eldon Baneling says, Nick, I heard today is movie night for sure. 100. You heard wrong. DCV Titan says, I sentenced them to wood chipper feet first. Yes. Not Applicable says, if black people learned how to dox, it'd be a shit show. Wait, what? Not Applicable says, I'm just kidding. Relax. HP says, hoping you cover the thousands of immigrants coming from Afghanistan soon. Lotus Eaters are the only people I listen to that cover it, and they are not here. Maybe I can get Carl on the show and we can talk about it. Sargon. Gummy says, as Jesse Ventura, I've been a governor, a Navy SEAL, and a wrestler. What rank do I have to attain to apply for security at the Mall of America? President Jesse. Mandy. Caravacia says, Nick, would you tell us your IQ? If I knew it, sure. John Smith. Welcome to paralegal status. Hopefully it's like at least 81. Not Applicable says, what is this acid trip right now? Sam Pack says, Nick, a woman is a lot like a refrigerator. And you know how I love refrigerators. They're about 6 feet tall, 300 pounds. They make ice. And Devin Cook says, is the term misinformation misandrous? Yes. AK Rocks, we welcomed you earlier. Matthew Brazel says, playing some MechWarrior 5 while listening. Please have just some guy on your show sometime. I really like his and your content. I had him on the Flashcast a couple weeks ago. It was fun times. He really riled up the chat on the Gay Men's Choir. Sir Angus Fungus says, please show Ethan sipping nipple on Shane's gold. What the fuck is that? Not Applicable says, white woman, the black man's greatest oppressor. Kalinka Pavlova says, communists were always racist. 200 Watt Studio says, notice how fast she went to harassment in our own neighborhood when she was questioned by a black man, a reporter. Don Gamer Guy says, West Canadian here. Cons are just as bad as libs. Damn. Earth Grand 234 says, hashtag all fooders matter. Malik Foxon says, I'm so pissed at NPR. I used to trust the news source growing up because my dad did. My dad still trusts them, and these days I'm bummed about it. Mr. Bentham says, Supreme Court just allowed Texas's 6-week abortion ban. Look it up when you got a chance. They did? Shots fired. I love it. I talked about this back when Texas passed it because it's a really interesting approach to abortion because it doesn't actually like prohibit it or punish a state actor. It allows a private cause of action to occur. And it's a novel approach to it. And it'll be really interesting to see what happens the first time it's applied. Fucking Texas is, some staffer went to some congressman and says, I have an idea. And it'll really piss a bunch of people off. That makes me so happy. That's funny as shit. Okay. Let's see. Damn it. Okay, here we go. That one guy sent a couple more justice chats. He says, I'm just saying this is the system you're advocating for. That's what it would be like. Kill now, justice later, if you've ever even find out the truth. Look, if that's what people want to do, yeah. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. And he says, I was teasing, but I thought you'd understand. Kind of not teasing. Was that not clear in the message? No, I get it. But here's the thing. If I'm convinced that someone has hurt my kid, yeah, I'm going to hurt them. I'm not going to. Are you? That's the question I have for you. Are you going to rely on the legal system to correct the injustice of someone sexually assaulting your child? Like, are you going to count that the government will do their job right? I don't know that I am, man. I don't know that I am. And if I'm wrong, that's on my conscience. But to quote Ty, got a shotgun and a bunch of land, and I will sleep like a baby. That one guy says, also, I thought it might be neat if you shared this GoFundMe as a goof. This is apparently Amaranth's friend, mother of two, found out she has cancer. She promoted it, didn't make much. Here's the GoFundMe. I'll share it in the chat, but I'm not going to bring it up. I don't know this person. I don't know anything about this person, but there you go. It's in the chat. That one guy says also, neat history lesson. Hitler started out as a Leninist, apparently. I read up on this, and if what I read is correct, there was some kind of insurrection early on in Hitler's political career where he helped a Leninist uprising in Austria or something. Yeah, he was involved in all kinds of shit. He was in jail for a while for being a political dissident. All right, there we go, guys. That is the show. That is the Justice Chats and the Super Chats. That is all the topics we have. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We're going to go over to Twitch and play some Mortal Shell. I'm going to go grab some leftover Chinese food from my fridge and warm it up, and then I will be starting up the stream on Twitch. I will see you guys over there. Have a good night. Peace. Peace. Oh, damn it. That one guy you just sent another... That one guy says, if it's after the fact, I don't have the choice unless they're coming into my house trying to do it again. That's the price I pay for not being gunned down in cold blood on an accusation. For someone who likes civilization, maybe act like it more. Wait, are you seriously lecturing me on whether or not I should decide to take justice in my own hands? If someone, tell you what, if you come into my house and harm my child, you will find out what happens to you. That's that. I'll deal with civilization on my fucking own. What a weird topic. This is the weirdest take I've ever seen in my life. Are you mad because Drex and I praised James Fairbanks? James Fairbanks was right. By the way, he decided he was at peace with going to prison. He chose that path. He engaged in civilized society by accepting his fate. He pled no contest, and he knew he would go to prison forever. He admitted his crimes. He'd said it. Oh, wait, here we go. Now that one guy says, yes, fuck you. You're advocating for a tribal shit show. Okay. I guess fuck you too. What a weird fucking... Again, weird take. Why are you so mad about this? Like, are you... What are you mad about? That if you come to my house and harm my kids, I will fucking kill you. I will kill you slowly. I'll peel your skin off. I'll salt your wounds. I'll drag you in the swamp. I'll resuscitate you so I can kill you again. Absolutely. What a fucking weird concept this is. No, I'm going to call the prosecutor and have them take care of it for me. No, if the prosecutor gets there first, I guess they have to go through the justice system. If you harm my children, I'll fucking ruin you. I'll ruin everything about you and everything you've ever loved. I'll probably kill your friends and family too. Fuck you, fuck them. What are we doing here? Like, there's civilized society for sure. Pedos don't belong in it. Child abusers don't belong in it. Fuck them. What a weird take. I'm blown away. I'm baffled by this one. Gary Plausch was right. He was right. That one guy says, because it undermines our entire argument for justice in our system. No, that is justice. What we tell people we want, criticizing you on this specifically, nothing else. Hey, and let everyone else murder people by luring them into traps and claiming it was for child abuse. I did not justify the people killing the guy. Did you fucking listen? Are you fucking stupid? Are you just a wandering retard? Did you not fucking hear me say, I don't know what happened? If he did the bad thing, fucking kill him. I don't care. I have no sympathy for a dead fucking pedophile. Kill him again. For all I care. If you abused a fucking kid, die 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. Keep an AED on stack to bring him back and shoot him again. I don't care. I have no sympathy for people who rape kids. But I also said, I don't know if they did it. I want to know the story. Because if he didn't touch a kid, then these people are fucking monsters. I guess you turned off your brain at that point. Maybe your IQ cup overfloweth. Criticize me all you fucking want. You hurt my kids, I'll fucking kill you. And I'll kill you twice. I'll kill your family and friends. I don't care at that point. I have gone ahead and made peace with what society will do for me. Vigilante justice for me? Absolutely. Fuck everybody who wants to hurt my offspring and my progeny. Yeah, you will get justice from me. I don't care if the Justice Department ever finds you. I don't care if they go looking for you in Venezuela. It doesn't matter. If I get my way, you will be in severe pain for a long time, and then they will never find any trace of you ever again. That's it. What the fuck are we even talking about here? This is the most cold brain take I've seen in my entire life. What are we doing? We got more? All right, here we go. You're justifying it by saying this is what people should be out doing. Vigilante justice isn't just... No, vigilante justice is justice. When it's justified. When it's justified. You have no way of knowing if it's justified. But in my case, I do. And in this case, they might. You don't know that it's unjustified. And again, that's why I took the neutral take. If that guy touched her kid, fuck him. Throw him off 2 more cliffs. Build a building on top of a cliff and throw him off that. What are we doing here? But if he didn't, then they're monsters. That's between them. They're facing their repercussions for it. And guess what? If you hurt my kid and I kill you and I go to prison, I sleep like a baby every night on my cement slab as a prison hero. That's the way it's going to go. Oh, here we go. That one guy says, this is why nobody trusts conservatives and libertarians. Way to go, buddy. Doing great. Keep it up. Yeah, right. Yes, this is the reason why no one trusts conservatives and libertarians. Dude, you gotta take a cold shower or something. This is a weird fucking topic for you. I don't know if you realize how bad you're losing this, but the idea that you can choose to engage in creating your own justice when you don't believe that the justice system, who, by the way, someone comes into your house and fucks your kid. They absolutely rape your child in front of you. and you do nothing, and that person then goes to the justice system, they'll be out of prison in probably 3 years if they're a first-time offender. Yeah, fuck you. I would peel that guy's skin off. I'd pull his bones out and turn him into a slurry and make him eat it. Fuck it. This has nothing to do with why people don't trust conservatives and libertarians. First of all, it's not a conservative position or a libertarian position at all. It's just my position. I'll never back down from this. Never, ever will I back down. If you choose to engage in a system to protect your child, knowing the consequences, that's your choice. And if you want to defend that, I mean, this will never be the place for you to defend that position. Because I will fight that tooth and nail. Tooth and nail. Baron Sky says, so you're saying Veritas should hire furries? Yes, they should. Always infiltrate. Eldon Baneling says, Oi fan, end the stream and play some Mortal Shell. Well, I was gonna. No one important says, what if I give you $5 to give your kids, oh shit. Forbidden Cat Belly says, some people are just cucks. 200 Watt Studio says, Nick, do you think the Cliff guy was circumcised? I have no idea. New Hacking says, amazing. I come back and it's just kill them all over and over. Bring them back and kill them more. Can't wait to listen to the whole stream tomorrow. And then we've got another one from that one guy who says, yes, dueling is great. The community accepting murder outside of a direct threat to their life after the fact is great. Death on accusation is great. No, it's not death on accusation. It's you deciding to engage in your own brand of justice, consequences be damned, because someone harmed your family. That's not death on accusation. You've got this so fucking backwards, I don't even know what you're listening to. It's weird, man. It's weird. Tribal warfare is awesome. Literally never said that. You could not be more right. I know. You win. Yes. Sure, whatever, buddy. Yes, I did win because you're fucking wrong on this. I don't know if it's because you're intentionally misunderstanding it or if you're stupid. It's one of those two. But you went from playful chiding, which is fine. You can playfully chide me all day. You can vigorously disagree with me all day. You'll still be fucking wrong on both accounts here. You're going to be really fucking wrong on this. Because you didn't listen earlier, you got some weird bug up your ass, and now you can't get it out of your slow-moving, middle-of-the-night brain. And I don't know why you can't do that, even when I've explained to you where you got the whole story wrong when we covered the thing, and go back and listen to it if you want. I don't even remember what I said, but I know that I said that that if the guy touched the kids, then yeah, I have no sympathy for him. And if he didn't, then they're monsters. So I don't know how you've gotten this take so embarrassingly wrong, but you did. And that's on you. That one guy says, it is for everyone else concerned, you retard. What is for everyone else concerned? I love when this happens. I don't know. Someone gets super pissed off, like it's super edgy about something I said, and then first of all, they usually have it fucking wrong. Second of all, they refuse to back down on the fact that they're fucking wrong. It's such a weird take. Again, come to my house, harm my kids, I'll end you. I'll end you happily. If I go to jail for it, my problem. After that. But I will absolutely exact as much justice as your feeble body can muster. I won't shed a fucking tear for it either. Let's see. Siberius says, so Hitler was never a communist, a socialist, and a street fighter, yes. Communist, no. He hated communists and talks about it in Mein Kampf. Eldon Baneling says, if you don't end this stream, go play Mortal Shell. I will become a professor in your kid's college and teach him to play StarCraft. I'll do it. Oh, God damn it. Citric 19 says, dad of autistic children couldn't have said better. WNH1 says, St. Plouch, ventilator of pedos. I don't know what's happening, though. Timothy Reaper says, so you're saying we should kill all the lobsters? Yes. Poorly Redacted says, not to defend the guy, but I assume he means the risk of finding the wrong person is a point of concern. Yeah, no, I get his concern. And again, sorry, if someone hurts my kids, I trust my own actions more than I trust the government's 100% of the time. I don't know how this is a controversial take on this. Malik Foxon says, TOG, you're trying too hard, man. Get out of your fifis. You're either being disingenuous or you missed something and now you're mad about it. 200 Watt Studios says, Nick, how hard is it to understand that you said if he did it? I don't know. That one guy says, you're just too brain dead to realize that you can't know that these killings are justified without a justice process. No, lots of people can know. What? Jesus fucking Christ. And you're advocating for people other than you to do it anyway. No, I'm not. You're a fucking moron. Go die in a house fire, you idiot. I didn't advocate for people other than me to do anything. What are you talking about? Where did you get this is something you get when you're on the internet long enough talking. You get someone who's a fan who turns into almost said a gamer word, who turns into a fairy. And that's how it goes. Suddenly their feelings get super engaged and they turn into a pile of garbage. I don't know why it happens. I did not advocate for other people to do anything. I said, if you come to my house and harm my kids, I will end you. I don't know where other people are coming in. Again, you've gone fucking cold, man. You've gone absolutely stupid. And I don't know if it's what you're drinking. I don't know if it's what you're eating. I don't know what it is. But you have gone absolutely dumb on this. And you should really go back and check it because it's fucking weird. But here's the thing. I'm not advocating for what other people do. I'm not advocating anything other than what I would do. And I said, those people, and by the way, that woman may know that guy touched her kid. I don't know, but if the guy touched her kid and she knows it, fuck him. But if he didn't, fuck her. How do you not get this? How do you not get this? And now here we go. He says, oh, now you're just being dishonest. Fuck off. Jesus, you're the one who has to fuck off. This is my show. You're the one who keeps talking to me. You fuck off. Also, fuck yourself. Like what a weird take. You're the one who was too stupid to hear what I said. And then when I corrected you on it, you doubled down and got double retarded. You got super stupid on your own. You did this, not me. My position's been consistent the entire time. Oh my God. Again, weird fucking take, man. That again, if I decide to engage in my own vigilante justice to avenge my child, that is the wrong decision. And did I say I should be immune from consequences? No. I just fully understand why someone would do it. Have kids, come back and talk then. And if you haven't had kids, or if you have had kids, you know that if you encountered someone harming your child, there would be no amount of damage that you could do to them that would be sufficient. And one guy says, ifs are hypothetical. This is why we need a justice process. You're saying if. Yes, I'm saying if. I'm saying you can't trust people to do these things. Let me blow your fucking mind, dummy. If the woman saw the guy The news reporter doesn't know it. The justice system may not know it, but she knows it, right? She would know. And so if that happened, then fuck him. If it didn't happen, fuck her. Yes, it's hypothetical because you and I don't know. What are you talking about? I'm saying you can't trust people to do these things. That's why you're being stupid on this and don't realize it. I'm not being stupid on this. I'm the most obvious take. All I had to say, screw you, dude. You learned nothing. No, I don't need to learn. I'm right on this. I'm right from the genesis of it. I'm right through the end of it. There's no learning to be had. You had a dumb fucking take. You can't teach me from a position of inferiority on this one. You were wrong on every point in this conversation. And you'll be wrong on it forever. I know you'll never watch again. That's how it's going to go. Whatever, that's fine. Sorry. Sorry I'm not the hero you wanted. But the reality is, I will never change this position. If that woman knew that that guy touched her kid, fuck the guy. If the woman didn't know, if the guy didn't do it, fuck the woman. I didn't pick a side in this one. I said it's interesting. I want to know the story. I don't know how you haven't caught that. Ifs are hypothetical. Yes, it's hypothetical because I don't know and neither do you. Neither does the journalist or anybody else. Hopefully we'll suss it out. Did you hear the part where I said, hopefully we'll find out more of the story. We'll get more of it. I went to the GoFundMe page to see if there was more of that story because his mom said he was defending the innocent. Whatever her take is, I don't know. I said, I don't see how he's defending the innocent going to this weird sort of meeting. The one guy's a super simp for helping them. Did you miss all of that? Like, what part of the story did you cherry pick out of this? How did you get to where you are? I can't figure it out. Maybe I'll stop trying. Barron's guy says, what if someone hurts your least favorite kid? Oh, then they're going to get even more punishment. Azura Panda says, this dude likely has a guilty conscience about what he wants to do or has done, fears people like you. No, I won't go there. Nope. I'm not there. They want the security net of system. I don't think so. These are just people with an idea of a principle. It's an idea of a principle. And then when they encounter someone who holds a different principle, for some reason they get super mad about it. But in this case, I think it's based on just a refusal to understand. Indigus Prime says, if you can't trust people, why have a legal system? 200 Watt Studio says, Nick, no, F you, sir. Have a nice day. Malik Fox says, bright side, you just made like $50 yelling at some Spurg online. Dream job. By the way, courts are run by people. Funny that. Can't trust people. And then we've got Mandy says, Nick, check your blood pressure, please. It's fine. That one guy, this is the last one I'm reading from you. You don't need to send any. Stop sending me money to argue with me. He says, yes, vengeance and revenge killings instead of the judicial justice process. If people know, just let them kill. Wow, great. Good stuff, moron. Way to destroy the credibility of everything you supposedly advocate for. Good night, dummy. Yeah, if you killed my wife, I'd kill you. And I would sleep like a fucking baby. Again, I don't understand. I do not and will never understand this. I would never apologize for it. What a weird thing. DCV Titan says, Nick, stop arguing with idiots. They'll drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. Not this guy. Not this guy. I've got all the experience in the world. That one guy says, you're mad. I'm perfectly calm / you. Also, I appreciate that. I used to respect you. No, we're just okay. Lol. Now, I don't want you to I don't need your respect. I don't fucking care. I don't care. Again, you're the wrong one on this. In an embarrassing way. Stop sending me money. It's weird. Stop it. So anyway, Vienticus Prime says, I'm an idiot. I beat other idiots with questions. 200 Watt Studio says, just kidding, Nick. Love you, man. F off, though. All right, guys. I'm out. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a bow, more a love rug. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are.